Please be seated. The continuation of the 10th sitting of the second session is now resumed. I'd like to say good morning to all honorable members and members of the public that has tuned in. We continue this morning with the order of the day on page 17, and it's our goal to dispense of the 10th sitting today so we can resume tomorrow to finish off the 9th sitting. So with that said, I call upon the Premier and Minister of Finance and member for the 1st District, the Honorable Andrew A. Foy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move the motion to rearrange on the order paper for item number 8. In terms of we are now under 7. So item number 8 to now become item number 6, and item number 11 to become item number 7, and item number 10 to become item number 8. So let me go through them again for you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move that item number 8 now become item number 6, and that item number 11 become item number 7, and item number 10 become item number 8. I so move. And the rest will follow sequence.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I second that motion.
Members, the motion has been moved and seconded for the reordering of the order of the day, in which item number 8 becomes number 6, item number 11 becomes item number 7, and item number 10 becomes item number 8. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. The order of the day is so renumbered. I call upon the Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move for the second and third reading of the bill entitled Disaster Management Act 2019. Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill shortly entitled Disaster Management Act 2019 be read a second time. And Mr. Speaker, while I'm on my feet, I would say that we all know that we have experienced a lot of hurricanes over the years and different disasters, and the need to update our Disaster Management Act is long overdue. And we are now moving in this motion to have it done as simple as that, so that we can have more areas more modernized. Mr. Speaker, with that, there's no much debate to do into this, other than to say that we're now going to move to modernize our already Disaster Management Act to be more in keeping to handle with things that would have to be done, processes that would have to be done in terms of whenever there's a disaster, in terms of hurricanes, etc. So I so move, Mr. Speaker, and I allow the debate to be had.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I rise to second that motion, and I reserve my remarks for a later time.
Okay. Honorable members, the floor is now open for debate on the Disaster Management Act 2019. Seeing no one willing to debate, I call upon the move of the motion to wrap up.
Mr. Speaker, the members have all present have slipped me a note that they prefer for this bill to be this amendment to the act, well, the new act, to go in a committee of the whole House. So, Mr. Speaker, I would allow this to go into the unique select committee of the whole House. And Mr. Speaker, when they finish the report, they'll bring it back, but we'll move on with the order of the day. But this will go to a select committee of the whole House. Thank you. I so move.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second that motion.
There has been a motion moved and seconded that the Disaster Management Act 2019 now move to a select committee of the whole House. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. This bill now moves to a special select committee. Premier, are you going to name the members of the committee now, or it's the whole House? Okay. Okay. I call upon the Premier.
This one, Mr. Speaker, is relating to you, so you, Mr. Speaker, should we-
Honorable members, why don't we take a 2-minute recess?
So what we'll have to do, Mr. Speaker, is we'll have to move that one there. Okay.
We can take a 2-minute recess. When people in the Deputy Speaker can.
Yes, could we get a recess so the Deputy Speaker could take the chair, please?
Honorable members, this House is now on 2 minutes recess.
Good.
Please be seated. This Honorable House is back in session. I call upon the Premier and Leader of Government Business.
Another amendment on the order of the day. I'll have to now move the old 9, to now become the new 6. So the old 9 will now become the new 6. The new 6. The old 9, which is the Arbitration Act, will become the new 6. And then we would have the or 6, yeah. So 7, sorry. So the new 9, right, will become 7. The old 9 will become 7, and the old 11 will become 8. And then the old 10 will become 9. And then the others will follow suit, the supplementaries. So again, Mr. Speaker, the old 9 would now become 7. The old 11 will become 8. And the old 10 will become 9. And the others will just follow suit. Second 10.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
Honorable members, there's request for a further amendment to the order of the day in which the old 9 becomes 7, old 11 becomes 8, and the old 10 becomes 9. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. The order of the day is so renumbered. I call upon the Premier and Minister of Finance.
Speaker, this bill that is up is the Arbitration Amendment Act 2020. And Mr. Speaker, this is a very simple amendment. When the bill was done first, Mr. Speaker, the language was one in which it created some gray areas in terms of what was the cost of the arbitration versus that of what was the cost of the courts. So this amendment now is very simple, just to separate clearly the arbitration costs from that of the court's costs in terms of language in the amendment, so that there will be no more gray areas and everything will be clear what belongs in terms of the cost of arbitration versus the cost of the courts. There's nothing else to this amendment other than that. So, Mr. Speaker, I so move.
And Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion and reserve my comments for later period.
Thank you, honorable members. The bill has been moved and seconded. The floor is now open for debate on the Arbitration Amendment Act 2020.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker, sorry about something I definitely did miss. And I want to do it, make sure the record reflects it accurately. In terms of the procedural guide for this, Mr. Speaker, in the haste to get this done. So I move that the second and third reading of the bill entitled Arbitration Amendment Act 2020. And Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill shortly entitled Arbitration Amendment Act 2020 be read a second time. And again, all that this is doing is clearly now by law separating in writing, so there will be no more gray areas of the cost of the court versus the cost of the arbitration. How the act is written in its current state, there are a lot of gray areas in there. So now we're going to clear it up by making the adjustments to and amendments to the act, Mr. Speaker, the Arbitration Act. So that's all we're doing. So now the cost of the courts will be clearly demarcated by law, and it will be separate and also clear from the cost of the arbitration. Mr. Speaker, I so move.
And Mr. Speaker, I rise to second and reserve my comments.
Thank you, Premier, for giving us the objects and reasoning of the bill. The floor is now open for debate. Having observed anyone wishing to speak, is the Minister for Transportation wishing to speak? Okay. Having observed anyone wishing to speak, I call upon the sponsor of the bill to wrap up.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, because it's a very simple amendment, and Mr. Speaker, now that we have done that, it has been, Mr. Speaker, we now can move towards the committee stage so that we can go through this clause by clause so that we can get this very simple amendment, but yet one that is creating some very complex issues, but so that we can get it rectified now in the Act once and for all. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank you, Premier. Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the bill shortly entitled Arbitration Amendment Act 2020 be now read a second time. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Therefore, I call upon the clerk to read the bill for a second time.
This act may be cited as the Arbitration Amendment Act 2020.
Thank you. Pursuant to Standing Order 55-1 of the House of Assembly of the Virgin Islands, the bill now stands committed to a committee of the whole House to consider it clause by clause. The House is in committee.
House resume the sitting. I call on the Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to report that the Arbitration Amendment Act 2020 went through the committee stage without amendments, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I beg to report that the bill entitled Arbitration Amendment Act 2020 has passed through committee without amendments, Mr. Speaker. So, I move that the bill entitled Arbitration Amendment Act 2020 be read a third time and passed as without amendments.
I rise to second that motion.
I call on the Speaker. It has been moved and second, and the bill entitled Arbitration Amendment Act 2020 will be read a third time and pass. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. The motion is passed. I call on the clerk. I call on the Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, whereas Section 67(3)(e) of the Virgin Islands Constitutional Order 2007, UKSI 2007, number 1678, provides that subject to subsection 7, an elected member of the House of Assembly shall vacate his or her seat if the member becomes a party to a contract with the government of the Virgin Islands for or on account of the public service, or if any firm in which the member is or becomes a partner, or a company of which the member is or becomes a director or manager becomes a party to a contract with the government of the Virgin Islands. Whereas Section 67(7) provides, among other things, that if in the circumstances it appears just to do so, the House of Assembly may exempt any elected member from vacating his or her seat under subsection 3(e) if the member, before or soon as practicable, after becoming interested in a contract with the government of the Virgin Islands by virtue of being a contract with the government of the Virgin Islands by virtue of being a director or manager in a company which has a contract with the government, discloses to the House of Assembly the nature of the contract and his or her interest in the company involved in the contract. Whereas the Honorable Julian Willock, member of House of Assembly, is an elected member of the House of Assembly and the Speaker thereof. Whereas the Honorable Julian Willock, elected member and Speaker of the House of Assembly, is a director in the company known as Leonard and Associates, which provides private security services in the territory. Whereas the company is desirous of entering into a private security agreement with the government of the Virgin Islands. Whereas the government of the Virgin Islands, through the Deputy Governor's Office, has made an offer to the company by letter dated 14 June 2020 to provide 24 hours private security services in the form of monitoring persons quarantined in private homes and residents in the territory from 2nd day of June 2020 to the 31st day of August 2020 and at an hourly rate of $18. Whereas by virtue of being a director of Leonard and Associates Security, the Honorable Member and Speaker has an interest in the offer made to the company as aforesaid. Whereas this resolution discloses the House of Assembly the offer made to the company by the government of the Virgin Islands and in the interest of the Honorable Member and Speaker in the offer by virtue of being a director of the company. Whereas this resolution is a request by the Honorable Member and Speaker to the House of Assembly to exempt the Honorable Member and Speaker from vacating the House of Assembly. And whereas the Honorable Andrew A. Foy, the Premier Minister of Finance, by this motion has moved the House of Assembly to exempt the Honorable Julian Willock, Member of House of Assembly, Member and Speaker, from vacating his membership of the House of Assembly. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the House of Assembly of the Virgin Islands exempts the Honorable Julian Willock, Member of House of Assembly, Speaker, from vacating his membership of the House of Assembly. Mr. Speaker, as you know, we are quarantining persons right now for 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And Mr. Speaker, the manpower need is great. All security companies, Mr. Speaker, that are registered in the territory have been engaged, bar none, leaving out any. So, Mr. Speaker, we want to make sure that we contain the virus, and in doing so, we do. It is although we are spending over $2 million to do so with all the companies and even with government security services involved, Mr. Speaker, it is cheaper to do this than to take any chances and allow persons to quarantine themselves without any checks and balances. And God forbid if any may have the virus and they leave and go in the community, like what's happening to even next door to us, where they're concerned about community spread. It's going to cost us way more than this money, Mr. Speaker, and to close down again, it's going to cost us way more. So, Mr. Speaker, this is nothing being given to the substantial holder of the Speaker's post. It is in terms of, because as a Speaker, is one in terms of manpower shortage, where all the security firms, as far as we know, that the Deputy Governor's Office, who is handling it, not us, the elected members, their team is handling it, and they have exhausted the entire list that's available to the government of the Virgin Islands with all registered security companies to make sure all of them get a piece of the pie, so to speak, but also to provide a service as dearly needed that will cost us less in the long run, because no one wants a community spread and no one does what's expected, they only do what's inspected. So we have to make sure that these persons stay in quarantine. So, Mr. Speaker, with that, I so move.
And Mr. Speaker, I rise to second and support the motion and will reserve comments.
I recognize the AG.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I do not know whether I should state humbly that I am continuously receiving tutorials on Section 67. As members would recognize, my name has been associated with Section 67 for quite a while now. And then when this, the Speaker's issue came, I had to take enough time to look at it carefully, because he's the Speaker of the House, to ensure that when his application comes before the House, it is a gold standard, because he is the Speaker of the House. So if you look through the document, the resolution, it's more exhaustive than previously. I made sure that I crossed all the I's and the dots to ensure that the application meets the gold standard. And now that the Speaker's application has met the gold standard, I would hope that members in the future would follow this gold standard. Thank you.
Thank you, AG. The floor is now open for debate. Seeing none, I call on the mover.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's very important that this be explained, because when it leaves from this honorable House, we know that these things take a life of their own, and persons who want to say that the House just give the Speaker a contract without looking at the facts surrounding it. And I always tell persons that once you're in public life, you have to take public scrutiny. But at the same time, you're entitled to your own opinions, but not to your own facts. And the fact of the matter is that every single security services that can be hired in this territory has been hired to help, including now with the one where the Speaker is a director in the company. So it isn't that he's getting a contract where other persons were available but they were ignored. That is not the case at all, as been explained by the Deputy Governor's Office, and this is ongoing. And I want to say, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the Minister of Health and the Health Emergency Operating Center for what they continue to do with this coronavirus. All of a sudden, we have a lot of coronavirus, COVID-19 specialists walking around, and on every every corner in terms of certain areas, and you welcome all the input. But, Mr. Speaker, the driver of the car and the passenger in the front seat, both are in the front of the car, but they don't have the same responsibilities. And, Mr. Speaker, we are seeing here where every country that allowed persons to self-quarantine and then check on them ended up with community spread. We even seen countries that opened, Mr. Speaker, opened too early. And because of the need to get revenue in, they opened, and now they are even thinking about closing back down because of community spread and the number of cases that have increased. And, Mr. Speaker, I also want to put in this that people in the Virgin Islands, it's getting a little more from the minority now, close to being balanced, and almost to the majority that is meeting me and telling me that coronavirus is gone from the Virgin Islands, so they don't need to wear a mask and they don't need to do all the things in terms of the precautionary measures. Let us just live normal and open up the place and let's go. I want to appeal to the people of the Virgin Islands that have that mentality to please reverse your thinking and look at the television. When you look around us, in Florida alone, you're talking about thousands of cases. In 1 week, they increased, I think it's more than 3,000 cases in 1 week. And I think it's in Orlando was over 300 cases in a few days. And you look around us all through the Caribbean, Mr. Speaker, it's no different in the whole territory. You had Italy that was saying that was getting over it. Now they're talking about the second wave. China that was saying they were getting over it. There's no place immune. The Minister of Health said it best. The more we prevent the coronavirus from spreading in the territory, the worse for us as a government, because persons are going to take our success and use it to try to give us a failing grade. We're doing a lot of work together, House of Assembly, Cabinet, the Attorney General's Office, Ministry of Finance, everyone to try our best to put these measures in place. And it's not easy because some of them we know hurt certain businesses, and we're trying to see how to find that balance while keeping us alive. And there's no one with a playbook. This one is being made as we go. There's no one with a playbook. I heard someone asking for what's a full plan. No matter how much you plan for coronavirus, when you look, something hits you that makes you either change the plan or have to throw it away altogether. So yes, you continue to plan as far ahead as you can. And this morning I was speaking to some of my Caribbean brothers and sisters in the other islands, and I was speaking to some of the other leaders about us getting together to make a very heavy push to have to make sure that we could get more rapid tests approved by WHO, PAHO, and them at a faster rate, so that when you go to get to a flight, you would have to take the rapid test before you get on, wherever you're going. And this is an idea, you know, that I've been toying with, and I told them that this has to be in place. And if you test positive and you're from where you're leaving, then you can't get on the flight. If you belong to the country where you're coming, that's something else. But if you test positive, then you can't get on the flight. And that will call for persons, and this is just an idea that I have. I want to make it clear that I'm trying to push through the region and through the world, because the fact is we have to live with COVID-19. And I keep saying that, and I say there's nowhere wrong it. We have to learn to live with COVID-19. Every speech I give, that's in there, along with we cannot play around with COVID-19 because COVID-19 is not playing around with us. And I mean that also, Mr. Speaker, but that doesn't mean that we play dead and just throw our hands up in the air. Let's do the things that are going to keep us safe. When we open up this territory, Mr. Speaker, in the next couple of months, I think it's after August into September, I think, when we're going to open it up and try to open it up. But that's also dependent on us doing what we have to do now so that we can open up during that time. But before that, we have a lot of measures to put in place to make sure that we protect ourselves from persons coming into the territory with the coronavirus, unless they are our own people coming back home. There's nothing we can do about that. And that takes a lot of negotiations from country to country, airlines, and a lot of negotiations behind the scenes that are taking place to put things in place that will protect all islands. So that we look here someday in Antigua, the American Airlines came in. I want to take back their name because I'm not sure if it's that airline, so I don't want to put their name in anything that is not accurate. But an airline came in, and when they tested them, about 14 of them tested positive for the coronavirus that were coming as tourists. So we have to be careful with these things, and there's also concerns of certain places when the plane landed, they didn't test all, and some of the persons got away into the community, and they can't remember who all they were through. These things are happening in other places in the world right next to us. So I understand when persons try to analyze, and that's your democratic right, but to do it in isolation, use the BVI as an isolated case for coronavirus, I think that that's being a little wicked, to put it in layman terms, because the whole world is dealing with this. And this territory has done well, and there's no one going to make me feel bad about the good that this government has done fighting that coronavirus. And I want to commend the Minister of Health and his team, his permanent secretary and all of them, Mrs. Petrona Davies and all of them, for what they've been doing, and the GIC for getting out the information. And we have been given information as we get it, yet there are those who are saying that we're not being forthright with the information. I don't think that there's ever been a government that has sat in this House of Assembly that has given out more information than this government. An accurate one too, because the one thing you cannot do is market a lie. If you try to market a lie, it will come back at you, and it'll come back in a very negative way. So whatever we know, we inform the people. So this is an appeal to the people of the Virgin Islands to take this coronavirus a little more serious than some of us are doing. I'm speaking to the young and the middle-aged and the old. It has not gone away. We're not out of the woods yet. We're going to continue to plan on how to help the economy along the way. But we ourselves in the government going to make some adjustments even with the budget, because remember, we were locked down almost for 2 months when you add it all up. So government too lost some revenue. But we want to make sure that we adjust the spending of government just in case things stay the way they are, or things don't pick up as much as we would like to see, because all industries have taken a hit. And we're doing our best to make sure that we keep everyone employed, all public officers and everyone. So if we spend this money to make sure that persons stay inside and they don't get outside of the quarantine area, that is a plus. That is a plus. Because if someone comes in and they're self-quarantining and they do not stay inside and they get outside through other persons and they have the virus, I'm going to tell you what the result would be. The entire territory has to go on lockdown until we find all those persons that they came in contact with. Can I tell you, if that happens, you're talking about making sure that we lose close to between private and public sector more than $20 to $30 million just by doing that. So if we spend about $2 million to do this, a little over $2 million to do the security to make sure that they stay inside, it is a drop in the bucket compared to what we will have to pay or what we will have to suffer if we allow persons to quarantine and police themselves in the homes. Mr. Speaker, we have had challenges with 1 or 2 of the quarantines, and we thank God we had the 24-hour security there to deal with those areas. So, Mr. Speaker, I say all of that so persons can get a backdrop of what we are dealing with as a government, and the facts can be laid on the table, and to let them to know that it's not a contract we're giving to the Speaker because he's a Speaker and want to give it to him. We have the Deputy Governor's Office, who's in charge of this, has requested that we move forward because we need all the security companies, including this one, for the manpower. And Mr. Speaker, on that note only is the reason that we have done it, and we have asked the Attorney General's Office to cross all T's and dot all I's, so that when this has to stand the test of time, it will be able to stand the test of time. And with that, our government is comfortable that it has done that. And I thank everyone for supporting this on both sides of the aisles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Premier. A motion has been moved and second.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the third reading.
A motion has been moved and second. Whereas the Honorable Julian Wellock, elected member of Speaker of the House of Assembly, is a director of the company known as Leonard and Associate, which provide private security services in the territory, is seeking or entering into a private security agreement with the government of the Virgin Islands. Those in favor? Those against? The motion is passed. We'll take a 2-minute recess. 2 minutes recess.
Please be seated. This Honorable House now resumes its sitting. I call upon the Premier and Leader of Government's business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we're going to do a little adjustment here, where, Mr. Speaker, we're going to move one more time. Mr. Speaker, we now move that the old the original old 6 will now become 9. And the original 7 will now become 10. And the original 10 will now become 11. Let me go through that, Mr. Speaker. For 7, section 7 on the other paper, the original 6, Roman numeral VI, will now become 9, Roman numeral IX. The original 7, VII, will now become Roman numeral 10, which is X. The old Roman numeral 10, which is X, will now become the new Roman, will now become 11, XI, sorry. So, Mr. Speaker, the old 6 will become 9, the old 7 will become 10, and the old 10 will now become 11. I so move.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I stand to second the motion.
Honourable members, there is a new motion on the floor for the renumbering of the order of the day, in which the original Roman numeral 6 now becomes Roman numeral 9. The original Roman numeral 7 becomes Roman numeral 10. And the original Roman numeral 10 becomes Roman numeral 11. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. The order of the day is so renumbered. I call upon the Premier and Leader of Government's business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move the second and third reading of the bill entitled Supplementary Appropriation 2004 Act 2019. Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill shortly entitled Supplementary Appropriation 2014 Act 2019 be read a second time. And while I'm on my feet, Mr. Speaker, I want to explain the objects and reasons of this bill, this act, Mr. Speaker. The appropriation, sorry, not the act. The Supplementary Appropriation 2014. Mr. Speaker, whenever the budget is passed in terms of giving the foundation of for the House in terms of for the history and records of the House, and even for persons that are listening, whenever you pass a budget, Mr. Speaker, a budget is a guide, is an estimate. As a matter of fact, when you pass the budget, even if the budget says $400 million as an example, it doesn't mean that you have $400 million in terms of that's the budget figure. It means that your expectations when you go to calculate your projections for income and you look at your expenditures, you're looking at, well, all right, the budget will be $400 million and this is our projection, and we see that with our expenditures and everything, this is what it totals to. But, Mr. Speaker, inside of that, when it's passed, there are going to be different line items where monies are allocated. So you may find as the year goes on, you did not need to spend all the money in one particular head, or the year went in such a way that the monies allocated to, say, for example, for travel, say you allocated $1 million for travel, and then when you go and the year is finished, you only travel around $300,000. Therefore, you have $700,000 left in that head. So, Mr. Speaker, in the House of Assembly is the only place that is a legal authority to be able to shift monies. But, Mr. Speaker, given that the Public Finance Management Act allows certain flexibility to do that, persons are allowed, with the permission from the Ministry of Finance and the Minister of Finance, and this has been from the beginning of time, to reallocate those funds to another head or another line item in the budget where that monies would be needed. And that budget maybe was too low when the budget passed, in terms of not that you knew it was low, but certain unforeseen expenditures popped up, and you were forced to, as we call it, tap up that vote by looking through your budget for where you would have savings based on what you projected for the year that you had not reached. You're not going to spend that money to these new areas that you may need to put the monies. Those are called reallocations. And, Mr. Speaker, within a certain time of the year, after the budget, and you have done this, you should be reporting these to the House of Assembly by a matter of the laws and rules and regulations of the House. So we have come to clean up those areas that were done in 2014. The action was not wrong, Mr. Speaker. So not because it was a former administration and they failed to do it, mean that the action of the reallocation was wrong. I cannot stand here and tell anyone that, Mr. Speaker, no matter the amount. So sometimes the amount may seem like a high figure when persons hear it, but it doesn't mean that that is new monies. It just means, Mr. Speaker, that they had to reallocate. So we have seen, Mr. Speaker, where the total for the recurrent side in 2014 with the whole reallocations of monies was $15,792,519. That's just for the recurrent section. And in the capital section, we have seen the total reallocation, I think, is about $10,718,000 reallocated. So, Mr. Speaker, the issue with it is that that was in 2014, and that this should have been done in 2015. Mr. Speaker, when we took office in 2019, of course, areas we had to reallocate, but that should be done in 2020, and tomorrow we'll be doing those, because one of the things we promise is to make sure that we'll be accountable to the people, even when they don't have the time to watch. They put us here to be their eyes and to be the watchman for them with the accounts of the territory, and we don't need anyone to be policing us or have the right to tell us that we have to do it. So the ones that we did in 2019, tomorrow, we'll be doing them in the House, which is in record time compared to when they were done. As a matter of fact, to be blunt, when they were not done. So here, Mr. Speaker, we have the year ending December 31st, 2014, that we're going to regularize now. These are needed, Mr. Speaker, so that you can have good accounting. It's called balancing your checkbook, accounting for every dime, wherever it moves. So we have been doing that. We have persons in finance allocated to that now, and also to all outstanding bills. The Minister of Transportation can attest that we are up to now, we have found in terms of unpaid bills, since we have landed up to 1.3, 2, right, more than $1.5 million thus far of vendors that were engaged, especially in the Ministry of Works at that time, before we took office, and we have found those bills. And vendors have been calling us, and we couldn't understand why, because most of them either didn't have a purchase order, they were just sent to work in different areas, but the people work, and the work, for the most part, can be justified, and they're looking to government for their payment. I've asked Finance to give me that full report of what they have found thus far, so that I can bring that report to this honorable House, I think, on Friday's sitting, so that we can know who all that the government owe, since they put them to work and haven't paid in how many years, some of them spanning to 3 years, Mr. Speaker, and that's not good for the businesses. and they weren't paying a dime, but they were put to work. The government got the benefit of the work, Mr. Speaker, and the businesses are crying out. So you have over $1.5 million that we have to look for that we didn't know about, because this exercise came about as a result of us hearing so many people telling us that the government owe me for, they're not paying me, they owe us for a few years now, and we want to be paid. And so we did a full investigation, and thus far we have found over $1.5 million of outstanding bills that was outstanding before we took office. That too has to be rectified. But right now what we are rectifying is the 2014 reallocations. And why this is important among all that I've said other than good governance, accounting, good practices, best practices, the Public Financial Management Act speaks to these things. But having an act and not following it is you know, a paradox, so to speak, a accounting paradox. And one of the areas that we have to know is that we have to do the audited financial statements, and we're behind. Since we took office, we recognized that we've been able to get as far as up to get into 2016 and trying to move forward. But you cannot balance your, do audited financial statements unless your books are balanced. So here now, even with what we have seen done for 2014, some of these areas will pick up by the Auditor General as needing to be done. So we now are going to do this and hope that there's nothing else there that, that was missed out. But we have the 2014 one. I don't want to preempt the House, but we have gone as far back as 2014 to regularize whatever expenditures or reallocations were done to regularize it now in 2020. That's 6 years later. That's our red flag and many red flags. And we're doing the same thing for 2015, Mr. Speaker, and that is coming up next. The next House sitting, 2016, 17, I think, well, all of them are quite ready, but I know that we have to do all. But one thing I know, those that happened in 2019 with the reallocations, we have said, let's start with where we are and then look back in the others and bring them up forward. So the one for 2019 will be done in the next sitting to bring us up to date, because we don't want 2020 pass and we have not done that. Plus, Mr. Speaker, we will be putting more emphasis on these accounting and the government best practices and good governance throughout the entire government, especially when it comes to securing goods and services and having to owe vendors to make sure it is done correctly. We have met some practices that we have instructed to discontinue forthwith, because it's not nice having persons out there not being paid because the procedures to hire them weren't followed, but the person that was hired doesn't know that. So you can't hold them hostage for when government didn't do their part. So since taking office, we've asked to discontinue those areas, and we're putting a special team to get all these things done. We already have some persons on it, but we're going to put some more to get these done and get them done now, so that we can find how we can pay those who we owe, and that we could make sure that we regulate those areas that were already spent and reallocated. So, Mr. Speaker, is the most telling part about this is not the monies per se, because most of them are reallocation, but it's a time frame in which it was not done that it should have been done. This 2014 should have been done in 2015. And, Mr. Speaker, it's a constitutional duty for us to make sure that we have audited financial statements. So we do not want to continue that constitutional breach. So that is why we have put a special team on in the Ministry of Finance to get all of these areas that needs to be regularized in terms of money spent or vendors hired and not paid, to get them all up to date, Mr. Speaker, and it's quite a bit. I don't speak about it much, because when you go and speak about it, persons say, well, you're only dwelling on the past. But if you have some concerns about the accounting practices in the past, it's accounts. It will affect the present, and it will affect it not in a positive way. So, Mr. Speaker, we want to correct those, and it's a very tedious and even difficult task, but we must get it done. Then we have the situation where the accrual accounting was was took the place of the old accounting system. And Mr. Speaker, we're telling them that that's no excuse. We still have to get the information and get the people's accounts balanced and get the audited financial statements. And we, Mr. Speaker, as a government, is dedicated to getting this done because we want to make sure every angle that we need to be in terms of being within the confines and being right with the Constitution, that we are there. And we do not want this hanging over our heads for anyone we have to negotiate with to be telling us, look at this. It wasn't created by us, but it has to be fixed by us. It's the same thing with the protocols. When we came in, we were outside of the protocols. They were violated. We had to put the money into the reserve fund to make sure we build it back up to the level and move out of the violation of the protocols. We did that since we took office. And here we're going to also bring the audited financial statements up to date to make sure that we do not violate the Constitution nor any other area of the Public Finance Management Act or the protocols for effective financial management or whatever may be. So, Mr. Speaker, this side of the story is not told. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm glad to educate the House on these, and I so move in this honorable House.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I rise to second that motion, but I'd just like to offer some brief comments. And the only reason why I'm going to comment on this, because as you are aware, Mr. Speaker, 2014, that's historic data now as we speak, but it is coming up for as a constitutional, part of the constitutional requirements that we would have in terms of making sure that these come to the House of Assembly. The reason why I'm going to mention it is because of what we spoke of when it came to the high-level framework. This high-level framework was issued after the storms of 2017, and when we went for grants, we were told we could not get grants, we will get loans. But to get the loans, there were going to be conditions under which the guarantees would be given to get the loans. And part of it was the fact stated that you must have the Auditor General rehired, which he was 2 months after that specific report came out. And the second, that the years of accounts that were not presented to the House as of that date needed to be brought up to stead so that we can have this. Mr. Speaker, I spoke earlier, well, in the early session, of the fact, when reports were brought late, deemed to be brought late to the House, and I spoke of the fact that we had created some of the very items in the high-level framework that we had to be mindful of and was work post-haste to get them rectified, Mr. Speaker, because there's going to have to be a committee, and I am glad that the Premier has indicated that such a select committee has already been put in charge of getting the accounts of the country up and presented in accordance with the Constitution, of the Virgin Islands, because with that segment not being put into place, then we left at the mercies of those who can say, well, we'll give you another year, another 2 years. But those who can say yes, can they also say no, Mr. Speaker? And the consequences of constitutional breaches, well, I'm not sure. AG, did they state if it not complied with, and if it becomes an issue, what is the result of that? What is the consequences of constitutional breach? One might say it is a small sin, But there are no big sins and small sins. We have to get it right because at the end of the day, this is what it is called for. So I bring it only to put in line our responsibility to do it. And whether it's this house, past house, or future houses, that this will be looked at and would be adhered to, because what we do not want, what we could not have, what we will not have is any consequences brought on as a result of not bringing the books, the audits, the appropriations, any of the reassignment of funds. This becomes critical. I have asked for the report of the auditor for 15, 16, 17, well, the years that have passed already. We still have 17, 18, and now 19 to be done. But I've asked for it only because they are specifically mentioned in the high-level framework, the very document that we complain about as it relates to the other consequences, and those are in relation to the ratios of the protocols. But there are other areas in there that they have stated. We are working on them, we're getting them done, but they are in relation to acts on or before 17, 16, 15, and further back even. So we have to be mindful of it, Mr. Speaker, and as we go through, because at the end of the day, we would have figures, and they're going to be historic in nature. But the fact is that we still had $10, $11 million. What is it a total? It's about $10.7 million in terms of the additional amounts that were expended. It will happen. We cannot say that these were not items that were requested. But at the end of the day, bringing them here becomes very critical and important to us as a country moving forward, to us having the confidence of our people that we're going to be transparent, accountable, and with good governance. And in the reporting of this, this is what will bring it out, Mr. Speaker, in terms of showing that we're good stewards of the public dollars. And there are some areas that are always going to be debated, whether or not you needed to have a new cruise spare, whether or not you needed a new two-lane highway, whether or not you need an airport expansion. Those are items of political decisions, and in terms of where you see any government, see the country moving from time to time. But what is not debatable is whether or not the account should be presented in the years that it should be brought to the House of Assembly. You can't take politics out of politics. But at the end of the day, you have to leave the accountability, the transparency, and the good governance aspects of it, no matter who it is. And this is what I'm saying, is that we have a lot of work to do in getting this done, and we would have to bring these from time to time. 14 is here, 15 is to come, 16 is to come, 17 is to come, 18 is to come, and we will get 19 done. Mr. Premier Honorable Premier has already said we will get 19 done before the end of 20. So I look forward to that, and I think that we'll be on the right road, the correct road, as it relates to getting our house in order on the issue of audits, on the issue of supplementaries, and on the issue of the constitutional requirements and those of the Financial Management Act, getting those done, getting those brought to order. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the Deputy Premier for his contribution. The floor remains open as we debate the Supplementary Appropriation 2014 Act 2019. Haven't seen any indication that any other member wish to make a contribution. I therefore call upon the sponsor of the bill, the Minister of Finance, to wrap up.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank all those who were able to give their contribution, and even those who didn't, because, Mr. Speaker, this is a very important task that we are undertaking. Because, Mr. Speaker, we hear a lot about what this government is doing from what we're not doing. But while we don't want to harp on it, there are certain areas that we have met that some of the challenges. Mr. Speaker, for example, I know that there are those who have been purporting to the public that during this pandemic we could have gotten the money from the reserve, Mr. Speaker, and we should not have gotten any money from Social Security, and that if we received it, it should have been a loan, not a grant. Mr. Speaker, one of the areas that we have been stating, and we have stated in the petition, and we know that it's not being met with favor in the quarters that it should, as yet, is that we never said that we could not take the money from the reserve. We always said that the reserve has a threshold that once you go below that amount, inside the protocols for effective financial management, have some conditions inside for you as a territory to adhere to. We are saying in the midst of COVID-19, some of those conditions need to be removed, and some of those conditions need to be waived. It has nothing to do with us wanting our own way. It has nothing to do with us do not want to adhere to good governance, transparency, and accountability, because we have not at any time stated to remove any elements of good governance, accountability, and transparency from the protocols for effective financial management. And we will not request that. It is needed. It is best practice. But, Mr. Speaker, the conditions that will be applied where we've been told that we need to be operating the government at all times within the confines of good governance, within the Constitution, within the protocols, and we agree. We do not disagree at all. But you cannot tell us to stay within the laws, and then when the time comes for us to deal with monies from the reserve funds, we've been told you can break the law, so to speak. You can violate it. Go ahead and go below that threshold and take what you need to do what you have to do with the country. But let us sit down when you have finished breaking the rules and discuss how we're going to come with a plan for you to get back into stead, get back into being within the parameters that you should be in terms of the protocols when the amount needed to do not pass or go below the threshold of the reserve is in question. That's a paradox. And we're saying before we go and touch that reserve and go below, because there's going to come a time that we may have to do that, let us sit down and discuss removal of some of those conditions. And also let us sit down and discuss, and not only discuss, but come to a conclusion of what the new conditions would be, or if they'll be removed in certain areas altogether without tampering with accountability and good governance. Mr. Speaker, this is what we have been saying, but there are those intentionally trying to bring confusion in the minds of the public as if we're trying to get to the reserve money without any accountability and spend without any accountability. That's not what we're saying at all. But, Mr. Speaker, if we don't put our house in order financially when we do transactions from 2014 and 15 and 16, and we have to keep coming back to make sure that we get these put in order, when we go to the negotiation table, you're putting us in a compromising position to negotiate. And that's what we have met. That's why we are here today, and we're going to be coming forward with many more of them, and even other SAPs. And tomorrow, I think that there's one from 2016, not a SAP, but actually it was a SAP. This is basically reallocations. That was a SAP, supplementary monies from 2016. So we're doing a lot of cleanup accounting work that you don't hear anyone say anything about that should have been done from the year after. 2016 should have been done at the latest by the middle of 2017, even before the hurricane. 2014 should have been done by 2015, at least by mid-year, sorry. And there'll always be a other side to the story, because every story has two sides. And there's always your story, your side, my side, and the truth. But if you read from the Constitution, it is clear that we must be up to date with audited financial statements. But how can you be with all these things outstanding? So we are working feverishly to get them cleared up. My fear is one in which I hope is never realized, that while we are cleaning up, we don't find that in the balancing of your checkbook, there's some expenditures out there that somehow was missed. That's my fear. Because sometimes when you don't balance your checkbook and you spend and you spend and you spend, and sometimes you go and you balance it after 1 month of spending, and then when you look, the bank card tell you have an overdraft, and you say, no, based on how I deposit and the checks I wrote out, I'm good. But then they show that you went to the machine 3 times, and you didn't factor in the machine withdrawal. Those things could come back to haunt you. That's why it's important to make sure that you balance your books early. So now when we go to sit down to speak on these other matters with the UK and the officials in the UK, which we have respect for, and people take professional disagreements to mean that you're at war, not at all. We just see that this is the best for the territory to renegotiate the conditions. People hear me keep saying the conditions. What conditions you mean? That's why we're going to make sure everybody get a protocol to read them and the framework that was signed before our time to read these things. Because the conditions are very simple. One of the conditions we have if we go below the threshold is that we reserve the right, meaning the UK, well, I didn't say who, but we reserve the right. Who reserve the right? To implement other measures and mechanisms to ensure financial probity. We've been asking for 15 months, define for us what are these other measures and these other mechanisms. And whenever you bring it up, there are those who take these professional differences to mean that you're disrespectful, that you're rude, that you shouldn't be asking those things. It is those things that we march about on Saturday. Those are some of the areas people think is only physical racism you're fighting against. We're fighting against financial racism. We're fighting against undercover racism. In the 21st century, no matter if you're a territory, you should have the right to ask and respectfully ask, why can't we sit down and renegotiate it? That is not in the best interest of the people of the Virgin Islands. I will do that any day, and I'll do it respectfully, but nobody will silence me from doing it. Because at the end of the day, there's until you could define for me those areas, what am I doing? What will I be signing to? If somebody come up to me and say, Minister of Finance, Premier, you signed with the UK to allow other measures and mechanisms to take place if the protocol is violated. And let's just say the Minister of Transportation comes and says, well, Premier, I read on the news that you signed this, or even a 10-year-old meet me. What does that mean with the other measures and mechanisms? What can I tell them? I don't know, but that sounds good. And they tell me, don't worry about it, just sign here, and we'll work it out as we get going. Man, even the 10-year-old will turn off and say, man, this is a joke that I got as Minister of Finance. We should not wait till when we violate to negotiate and know what the new conditions are. You cannot tell us to go ahead and spend below the threshold and then tell us while you're in violation, bring a plan to show us when you're going to get back into being within the correct confines of the protocols. Not in the 21st century. And not with the world closed down. When will we be able to know when we're going to get back? The UK can't say when they're going to catch themselves. America printing more money than the machine could print trying to get COVID-19 handled. Everywhere cannot give you an accurate plan, not even a half accurate plan of when you're going to get yourself together. But all conditions have us saying that we must bring a plan to show when we're going to recover from COVID-19. How could that be fair in the 24th century? And yes, I know when I done here, there are going to be those calling me and asking me because how some of them think that I shouldn't talk as premier because of confidentiality. I'm not going to sell out my people with confidentiality. Not when they're dealing with their livelihood. One of the conditions said that they reserve the right to put public assets in private quarters. Which public assets you want to put? Because I went under, we had to go under for COVID-19 because it doesn't say exception to anything. And who will determine that? And who will be these private quarters they will go to? And I'm glad for, I must say, why these negotiations have to take place. There were those who said that we waste our time went to the UK. Look at those fools. That's what I heard right here in this house. Going to the UK, nothing will change, waste of time. Can I tell you that we were able to move from a position of not negotiating the ratios to now the UK have said, all right, let's negotiate the ratios, giving you a little more borrowing room between your debt to income ratio to be able to borrow. So if we had, as an example, $110 million that we could have borrowed because of them working with us now, through or going at it for 15 months, now we can probably go for about $180 million or more. But that was before COVID-19 that this was agreed. That was coming on into December. We were working on that, and I thank the UK for that. That's what mature negotiations does. But if we had studied everyone in this territory, Mr. Speaker, might I add, to don't move, we would have not reached to that point. Now they're saying, well, all right, we cannot agree with you, and there's one or two of them are spinning it, that we saying that we can't borrow. We cannot borrow, we cannot use the reserve. And there's nothing in the protocol stopping us from using the reserve. We never said that. We can go to that reserve tomorrow. We went to it already. But once you pass a certain threshold and you take out more out of that reserve and you reach a certain amount, then the conditions apply. That is what we are saying. And I know there are those who are spending time in the media trying to program the people's mind otherwise, but the truth will float, no matter how long. It's like you mix oil with water, and you shake it up, you could stay and do what you want, they're going to split up. The oil will float. And the more people read and not listen to my side nor on the other side or anybody's interpretation, and read those protocols to see what the conditions are, they'll recognize this is the area we need to look at. And I do not agree to venture anywhere without it in writing before you do it. That's irresponsible leadership. So you cannot tell me stay in good governance over here and then tell me I could violate it over here and that's okay. And when you don't violate it, come, let's talk. That's like telling a man on the street, look, don't do drugs. Don't let me catch you with them. That's illegal. So make sure you don't. But if I catch you, don't worry, we will discuss it. Then you look, you catch him with three 20-yard truck of marijuana going, you catch him. Well, now the discussion is, look, I did tell you, if you go over it, let's discuss. Instead of taking 10 years, you could do 9.5. You don't know what the discussion is going to be. And I'm pleading on all people to read. We were able to get the UK to agree to recalculate the ratios. Let me explain what I mean by that. Every time you go for a loan to the bank looks at your debt to income ratio. It looks to see how much expenses you have and what the income is. And then they tell you that their bank's policy is their debt to income ratio, for example, might be 40%. But if it's higher than that, you cannot qualify for the loan. Well, here we have about the same thing with the ratios, the protocol for effective financial management in terms of the ratios. and there's a percentage with the ratios also. But when we came, the document that was signed before our time in the 2012, signed the document where the revenues that were coming in were only being calculated from central government, and the expenditures were being calculated from central government and all statutory bodies, a percentage of each. So Social Security expenditure, I think about 15%. I don't want to misquote because I don't have the document here, but I believe it's around 15%. And electricity has a percentage in there, and the ports have a percentage in there. And we've been arguing, how could you calculate all the percentages when they're dealing with the expenses and give it to central government and put it part of the ratio, but the revenues that they're making wasn't factored in. That's what the argument was. That's what the discussion was about, simple as that, along with other areas, and define the measures and mechanisms. And it wasn't an easy time negotiating. We had met some very nice people in the UK, we had some very good discussion, but we had those out telling us, sign here, we don't have a choice. I've seen a lot since I premiered. A lot of people try to rough me up to sign things to put this country in some areas because they thought I was championing foolishness. But once you fight on a principle and you push ahead on a principle, God always will help you find a way. And we were able to find common ground thus far with those ratios to allow us to get some more room. We went, and the Minister of Health was with me when we went to the UK. We went from not at all, no way, it's not even a discussion, to saying, well, all right, let's find common grounds. And it was done. I thank the UK for that. I thank them publicly. But we never put down the conditions. But now that COVID-19 has come, it has intensified the need for us to breathe economically. And those ratios with the conditions, some of them have to be removed, some of them have to be revisited. There's no way around it. And sometimes there are officials who get angry when I come to the house and I say these things, saying we must keep them with us. No, you're not going to keep me behind there and then strang me up and come out with your PR and make it look like I'm the bad guy to the public, and then I say, the Premier, the Premier, the Premier. I see that game from a mile. I get elected by the people of the Virgin Islands, so anything I'm negotiating on their behalf, I come into the people. I'm going to respect everybody that I'm negotiating with, but I come into the people to let them to know this is what we're negotiating on your behalf. So even if they meet me and they read the documents, I could say, Premier, I don't agree with you here. Premier, I agree with you here. You can't sign away the people's future behind closed doors. That happened in 2012 without looking at some of these areas. Had those areas been looked at, and when the document was signed, in this very house I was in the opposition, and when I raised the points from then, and I was told by one tall minister that what's the problem with you? We went to the UK and we had them, the Premier had them eaten out of the palm of his hand, and they got everything that they went to negotiate for. And I told them, you didn't read that document? So people who remember will remember those words. And it was bold from then in the opposition back then. You hear how far that was, Mr. Speaker? That was in 2012. From back then, I was trying to signal I have an issue. Ain't just now I talking this, you know. People listening to it now because I become Premier. I've been talking about this from 2012. 2012, 2013, 2014, 2015, 2016, 2017, 2018, and now we get elected in 2019, and I went to England to renegotiate what I was talking about for the past 7 years, and everybody wants to know what happened, where he going for, this is the first we hearing it. And I sing in every key, in every chord. I sang the alto, I sang the tenor, I sang the bass, I sang the soprano. I even sang off key, but I was still in time. Telling Tuan persons that this is going to come to be a problem. Now that you're negotiating it, the very people that bring the problem saying they don't know what is his problem, just get the money and spend it. Let me explain to you, if we gone and had got the money for the loan guarantee without clearing up some of these, we would have been experiencing some of the same conditions. The conditions is what I'm concerned about. I don't want to saddle future generations with areas that two sides in our 21st century can maturely come together and see. And if the true intent is to help the Virgin Islands, they will be negotiated. But if the attempt is to backdoor and come for finance with a document when the Constitution and everything else don't devolve and devolve finance to the Minister of Finance, then you'll never see eye to eye with us. But I'm not saying that that is the issue. I'm not saying that that's what they're after. But what I'm saying is, if that is the case, then you could never see eye to eye. So, Mr. Speaker, at some point, you got to stand for something. And I don't see it being rude. I don't see it being bully. I see it as a point that needs to be had, needs to be deliberated. And I have to come to the people because there's a fundamental problem I have. If you write to the UK about the governor or anything dealing with the business of the territory, you have to copy the governor to go to the UK. But if the governor writes on you, you don't get to see, because there's nothing in place to copy you. And I'm asking all the time behind closed doors, how could this be right in the 21st century? How could someone be writing on me, and then when you find out, they're writing in such a way that doesn't put you in a positive light, and you can't see that in the 21st century to defend yourself? We got to know what we're marching about Saturday, not only what happened in the States. We have to understand what we're marching about. You have to tell me in the 21st century that if you're writing on me, any report on me as Premier, and this is going on from long before I was Premier, maybe the rest had liked it. But I have a problem with it. And I'm telling the public today, I have a problem with it. I said it to them behind closed doors, but nobody seemed to see it as an issue. Even in terms of natural justice under the UN Charter, that ain't correct. No way. If the public service is going to write up, the boss write up on the employees, and they don't have a chance to get due process to clear their name, well, then that's not democracy. That will be hypocrisy. So, Mr. Speaker, I bring to the people of the Virgin Islands these areas, and when I go negotiate and we sit down on the table, I don't want nothing holding me back. I want to negotiate with respect. So they only bring a little bit of what we're discussing behind closed doors, just a little bit. The ministers know. A little bit. Because whenever they don't want it to come to the public and they write you, they put big and broad confidential, and then if they hear something saying in the public that you're going to the meeting, they tell you a breach of confidentiality and what will happen and what won't happen. No. Oh, investigation on how that got out. You don't have to worry how it get out today. I tell the people of the Virgin Islands that we negotiate in some of these areas. I've asked already. So you're telling me that some of these major things being negotiated and the people must know? And if I do them, it's a breach. What you going to do, fire the Premier? Last time I checked in the Constitution, you can't fire me as first district rep. And I don't have the spin team like they have, so one thing I have to do is stay steady. I believe in staying steady. Most things I do just come out as a joke to when you finish. I mean, I don't want to brag, but look at Saturday, I went in there as an underdog for a shootout. 3-point shootout. A full underdog, everybody laughing before I going. Out of shape. Even my members on this side came up, Premier, you don't have a chance, the Minister for Transportation. He tell me when he done with me, he gonna leave enough life to still be the Premier. My Minister of Education told me, boy, Premier, it hurt my heart, what we gonna have to do out of you. The Deputy Speaker, he tell me, well, you know, Premier, you can't be good in everything. The Leader of the Opposition told me, Premier, if I were you, I would take my name off of the competition list. You know, the member for the second said he'd pray for me. And the DG come in, he registered last minute, everybody registered. For I was nowhere to win. But when it done, and the dust was clear, for I won. You know? And this morning they came with all kind of excuse here telling me why I won. You win because the aim, the reason you could call it a victory. I know it was for fun, but I'm bringing this in for a reason. The parameters before you started were clear. The winner is based on who put the ball in the basket. The more shots made. And based on the points assigned by the balls. Whenever you go into negotiation, even if you come out unsuccessful and the parameters were clearly defined, you don't worry. That's why we could laugh when I bring up the basketball. Because although it was fun, the parameters were clear. But when you go into these negotiations and you're not clear what measures and mechanisms are and they don't want to be defined, and you're not clear about these conditions, who's going to enforce them and why should they be enforced, especially with COVID-19. COVID-19, they should be removed. They have to be reviewed in the best interest of the people. Suppose they force us and we said we're going to take 5 years to come back in stream, and they said 3 and COVID-19 lasts 4. Then they would have taken over the whole thing. I'm my 6th term, and I thank the people of the 1st district. And try to keep pushing on. But I always promise God, not a man, that when I get here, I'm not going to let anybody make me compromise what stands for the people of the Virgin Islands. The people, that's why this constitutional review is about the people. They have to push it. The reason that America is changing laws now that it hasn't changed for years is because the people say enough is enough. And the power of the people is always greater than the people in power. And until the people who are not in power understand that and fight the right fights. A lot of time in our small territories, not here alone, the first fight is against the politicians. That's easy. That's an easy fight. If you feel they ain't doing right next election, take them out. They have a mechanism for that. But what is in place when you don't agree for areas and sanctions being brought against you and you have no other recourse and you know that it's not good for your people? What do you have? Who do you turn to? That's a serious question. Who do you turn to make sure that we get a square deal and a fair deal for the people of the Virgin Islands? Who? We know how to do it. We know what to do. But who do you turn to? And that's a very serious matter. And this fight is going to go on. Well, I'll call it discussions. It's not a fight. Because they can't understand why we saying this up to now, although I said this. And we can't understand why they can't understand what we understand. And the same thing I told you has been going on behind closed doors. So the discussions have to keep going. But the people needs to know. Now, I'm not the one started this conversation. I sat home and heard from their representative in the public saying that there's money in the reserve. And the Social Security has a lot of money. Let them go and bring a stimulus. If they were elected, if they were the constituents, they would be asking for the stimulus. You brought the stimulus. Now, another song starts to sing. Mr. Speaker, if we don't get these accounts up to date, then we'll be sitting down to the table starting from behind. And that is what this is about. And we have more to do today and tomorrow. But we have to get them up to date in a timely manner. That's why I couldn't join the vote against the lateness of the BVI Airways. Because over the years, the House itself was late by many things. It wasn't that I agreed that it wasn't late. The report was late. It came cabinet 2 months and 2 weeks before 3 months was up. There was no scheduled House meeting. And cabinet is not a rubber stamp. They reserved the right to voting members. Only 5 of us vote, the 5 ministers, and they wanted more information. And they requested more information. I went in the other week. By the time it was finished, it was only one more week. And there was no House sitting. Why didn't they come 2 months before? Because under the Act, there's nothing to add to the report or take away. So it's just to put the staff to do a little paper and send it forward. So why it take 2 months and two weeks? But the point about it is, why are you going to chastise, in this case, based on what the Act says in the House of Assembly, Standing Order says, when there's so many things outstanding by us? That's the premise why I didn't vote for it, you know. And I believe in sitting on a principle. I can't crucify a man for something that we weren't doing right ourselves. It won't be right. That's where they misunderstand how I fight for my people and how I discuss for my people. But I don't want for myself, I won't get for someone else. So I was not joining anybody to go after the governor at that time. Was it wrong? Yes. Did the House in the added act speak to it? Yes. What are the penalties? None. So we have to put penalties in, not only for when he is late, but when we as a House is late. Look at this one here for 2014. Suppose now we have the similar debate. This is monies reallocated in 2014 that we come in now in 2020 to regularize. Look at the parallelness of it. The parallelness of it is the same. It's coming here right now, wrong according to the Public Finance Management Act in the House of Assembly at this late hour? Yes. What are the penalties? None. Was BVI Airways late? Yes. Did it violate the Audit Act and the House of Assembly's Standing Orders rules? Yes. What are the penalties? None. So until we wake up in the House and put some penalties on, but also gather all actions and police ourselves, then we have an issue. But in terms of if we have to go fight for a constitutional review, that's a horse of a different brand. So, Mr. Speaker, I said those things because after we were finished, it was misunderstood by some people, and even others who went ahead and issued statements again, making it seem like they were wrong. That's called putting salt into a wound that was unclosed. But who do you turn to? Who do you turn to as a territory when you honestly see that what is being dished out or trying to be dished out to your people is not right, but they see it as right, and you see it as wrong? Those are the areas we have to address in the constitutional review. God, they ain't gonna stop. I don't realize I put my mind clearly on that. You know, sometimes I listen, and when I listen, if you're not careful, some of them think that they're speaking to children. But I've been quiet about a lot of things over the last year and change, and just been dealing with them internally. But then I realized that there's a machinery building up to make it look like we totally wrong and it's a war. I don't have a war against anyone. I want to work on a modern partnership. That is my aim. I have nothing personal with His Excellency the Governor or anybody. But I do not agree that you should take a professional disagreement as being disagreeable. So with that in mind, that is why we have to fix our own house. And you're going to be seeing a lot of these SAP coming, a lot of the supplementary coming, a lot of the reallocations and the SAP, etc., coming to the house to be regularized. Is the removing of the money in terms of the transferring of the money to other areas wrong? No. As far as I could see with this, did the last government do anything wrong with the money for 2014? And the proviso is, as far as I could see, no. But not reporting it, not regularizing it, not balancing the checkbook because of it, yes. What are the consequences? None, except for the Constitution calls for updated audited financial statements. That's why I asked when they went for the money from Social Security for the loan, how they got it. Because no bank or nobody give you money without an updated audited financial statement. I wasn't going to embarrass this country to go ask for a loan at that time, knowing that we didn't have any updated audited financial statements. So I asked for a grant. And I got my grant for the people, with measures put in place to make sure there are accountability. And Social Security, the minister who's over it, Mr. Whitley, not Vincent Whitley, let me make sure I got it right, Whitley, has assured me that this week the chairman and him will have the money loose for the people of the Virgin Islands so that we can get it going, because the 10 million to pay the unemployment is already being dealt with in the NHI money. And that other money for the people, minister, make sure you and the chairman lose it this week. So the businesses could start to get in on their money. So the churches could start to get on these grants. Let's get rid of all the excuses and get that done now. Get that money released now. We don't get a grant, everything done do. The government done pass a lot of measures in cabinet. The Public Finance Management Act guides the government. And the tail can't wag the dog. The dog have to wag the tail. We're not going to be dictatorial, but at the same time, there are rules in place already to make sure there are transparency and accountability. And Mr. Vincent Whitley is an action man. He's a man barely to sleep. So I'll ask him to make sure that he doesn't let us sleep this week and the money is available. But I've spoken with the chairman of the Social Security Board last week, and he did tell me that the money is available, and this week we should have everything together so that everything will speed up with the people, because there's some of them running around telling the people that all FOI doing is talking and no action. No. We're going to release that money this week so that persons could register, and those who don't register for the fishing and farming, that they could start to realize some funding in their hand. So Minister Whitley, he has just shook his head telling me, conk on it, Premier, and I know that he's a man of action and he'll get it done. So with that said, Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to give the people of the Virgin Islands listening in this House, for the records of this House, when it's read back many years after we are gone, the reason why we are doing some of what we are doing and some of the challenges that we are facing. And by no means we are facing them with a negative attitude, not at all. Our culture doesn't call for that. But at the same time, too, we all must have a reconciliation spirit in us to be able to move forward. Because in the absence of reconciliation, there'll never be peace. And if we want peace, we have to be willing on all sides to reconcile all the areas of discussion, find common ground. I've grown up all the time finding common ground. Not common ground being found and defined for you, and then you accept it. Not in the 21st century. So, Mr. Speaker, with that, I move that this Supplementary Appropriation Act 2014, Supplementary Appropriation 2014 Act 2019 now be going to the committee stage, where we examine all the expenditures that were incurred and also reallocated in 2014, and then come out and we pass this so we can pass many more of them, get them regularized so that we can move towards getting our audited financial statements up to date, Mr. Speaker, and all of these are part and parcel of getting this done. Thank you.
I thank the Premier for his wrap-up. Honourable members, it has been moved and seconded that the bill shortly entitled Supplementary Appropriation 2014 Act 2019 be now read a second time. Those in favour? Those against? The ayes have it. I call upon the clerk to read the bill for a second time.
This act may be cited as a supplementary appropriation 2014 Act 2019.
Pursuant to Standing Order 55-1 of the House of Assembly, the bill now stands committed to a committee of the whole House to be considered clause by clause. The House is now in committee. sitting. I call upon the Premier and Minister of Finance to report.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to report that the bill that was entitled Supplementary Appropriation 2014 Act 2019 has passed through committee with amendments, one of them being now Supplementary Appropriation 2014 Act 2020. Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill entitled Supplementary Appropriation 2014 Act 2019 be read a third time and passed as amended, with one of the amendment now being that it is Supplementary Appropriation 2014 Act 2020. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
Thank you. It has been moved and seconded that the bill entitled Supplementary Appropriation 2014 Act 2019 be now read a third time and pass as amended. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. The motion is passed. I call upon the clerk to read the bill for a third time.
This act may be cited as a Supplementary Appropriation 2014 Act 2020.
The bill has been read a third time and passed with amendments. I call upon the Premier and Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move that the second and third reading of the bill entitled Supplementary Appropriation 2015 Act 2019, Mr. Speaker, the second and third reading of the bill entitled Supplementary Appropriation 2015 Act 2019, and I move that the bill is shortly entitled Supplementary Appropriation 2015 Act 2019 be read a second time. And while I'm on my feet, Mr. Speaker, I'll just say that this is the same as the one what we were doing for 2014 in terms of us making sure that we balance the checkbook and get it up to date so we can help to get the constitutional requirement of having the audited financial statements of this country being brought up to speed. This is one of those areas that we are working on, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, these transactions really should have come from the following year, which was 2016. So they're very late, but these are cleanup exercises that must happen, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that we perform the good governance that we promise the people of the Virgin Islands and make sure that we do not fall in these areas again. Mr. Speaker, most of them are reallocations because, as I stated, sometimes you budget for certain items in different areas, but then some of the areas underspend, some spend exactly, some overspend. So you have to do certain reallocations to make up for those expenditures, but it still has to come to the House for regularization. But this, Mr. Speaker, should be done at least about 6 months into the following year. But, Mr. Speaker, as we can see, this is 2015, so we're here 5 years later. These infractions, Mr. Speaker, is what continue to give us some challenges when we're negotiating, especially in the area of the protocols for effective financial management. Nevertheless, Mr. Speaker, we did promise the people of the Virgin Islands that we're going to make sure that we are accountable, Mr. Speaker, transparent, and ensure the good governance. So these areas where we have been faltering, Mr. Speaker, is our aim to have them be brought up to speed. Even when we took office in 2019, there were reallocations, and it will always be in the life of a government where this is done, but we intend to get that to the House, Mr. Speaker, this year, so that we can regularize those areas. And, Mr. Speaker, there are many more of these to come, even in the areas of SAPs, supplementary expenditures, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, we do our best to bring these to the House now and make sure from here on in we do all these things in a timely manner as we continue to keep a team and get a team to see where all we have outstanding monies for vendors that were never reported. As I said before, that's up to $1.5 million that we have discovered thus far, with more investigations being done through the ministries to see why persons were saying that government was not paying them this before we took office and even now. And we have recognized some expenditures that have occurred before time that were not properly documented, Mr. Speaker, or were not documented at all in the right quarters. So, Mr. Speaker, we have a team that's on that and a team that's going to be full-time on making sure that we can assist to get our audited financial statements, which is to be done by the Auditor General, but to make sure the information gets to the Auditor General, and what needs to get to the House of Assembly comes to the House of Assembly. The Auditor General did her report on the 2015 accounts already, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, there are quite some number of areas that the Auditor General has pointed out as areas of concern. But, Mr. Speaker, this is just to regularize expenditures that are already gone from 2015. So I so move.
Second the motion, and while I'm up, may I take the opportunity to lend a few remarks? Mr. Speaker, we spoke of the 2014, but as I mentioned then, I did take the opportunity to get the 2015 report of the Auditor General. So may I, Mr. Speaker, refer to some of these notes from time to time? And I do this because for my own purpose and for all members, so that we can see some of the issues. They're not abstract. There are of issues that are related to what we are expected to adhere to. And it is oft said, well, and I so believe, that ignorance is no excuse of the law, right? So we have to always be mindful of this for my very self, because the Honorable Minister for Education in a debate not too long ago has stated that we have to have a full understanding as to how government, the ministries and civil servants will have to operate, the rules on which they have to operate with. So in the report of the Auditor General for the accounts of Virgin Islands 2015, it speaks of, and these are cited as some of the reasons why the various reports may have been delayed, because it speaks on page 3 under qualifications arising from non-conformity with IPSAS, which is the International Financial Reporting Standards. I misled the House there. That was the IFRS. We'll come back to that one, Mr. Speaker. The International Public Sector Accounting Standards. Yes? Well, it said that the Public Finance Management Amendment Act 2012 requires the financial statements to be prepared in conformity with the IFRS, or more specifically, the public sector equivalent, the IPSAS, which is the International Public Sector Accounting Standards, are standards developed to improve the quality of financial reporting of governments and the agencies and bringing them more in line with private sector reporting. The impetus is to move the public sector away from the cash basis to the accrual basis accounting. This will account, Mr. Speaker, for some of the reasons why some of the payables and the invoices and others may well be coming into the House at some other time, because it was based on a cash basis. What you received in cash, what you paid out in cash, is what was basically reported in. When you do the accrual, then you have to also get all of the invoices for which you are responsible, so that you can then account for them, and you would have a better idea as to what funds you have available to you, not only what cash you have in the bank, but how much of that has been spent already by virtue of the bills that are out there yet to come. And it said the impetus then is to move the public sector away from cash basis to accrual basis accounting, and to consolidate the financials of central government with all its owned entities and statutory boards into one set of financial statements for more complete information to facilitate informed decision-making. Statutory bodies come into this because it is into the protocol, it is into the high-level framework, it is into all of the others that we are mindful of. And on page 14 of the very bill, Mr. Speaker, it speaks of something which is very important. Page 14 and then page 16, it speaks of the reason why these will have to come into compliance. These will have to be flagged. And in terms of the requirements, Mr. Speaker, for us to bring the supplementaries in, the Premier spoke at length in it, and we don't have to go over that again. But there are some areas that that we looked at in terms of the issues that were cited by the Auditor General, and it speaks of the audit issues under page 9, item number 9, under audit report format. The audit issues highlighted throughout this report are matters that are considered significant to warrant disclosure. If unaddressed, these could lead to additional qualifications to the accounts in subsequent reports. So when we clean up, we have to clean up based on some of the items, and this is why we would like the public to always get a hold of the audit reports, because all these reports are not just for placemakers and to put in bookshelves. Basically, they're done, they're reported, and everyone just go away. Akuda Makana is what you call it? The Premier has? Akuda Makata. Everything is all right. Well, maybe everything is all right, but we have to be mindful that there are a number of issues that will come up from time to time, of which we have to be mindful of. And when we look in terms of page 16, it speaks, and this is the audit issue number 4. There were a number of other issues that came up. It spoke of budget discrepancies, arrears of revenue, unreported revenues, number 3, and number 4, on page number 16, it speaks of, page number 16, excess expenditure. It says that in accordance with the provisions of Section 12(3) of the Public Finance Management Act, a supplementary estimate must be laid before the House of Assembly in respect of any excess of amounts appropriated for a particular purpose. As of the writing of the report, these amounts had not been regularized. It has to be, and this is what this is right now. Not because we felt like doing it, but because we have to do it. Under page 18, it speaks of procurement weakness. And I always go to these because at the end of the day, I've stated this for the 20 years of being affiliated with political reporting and others. It speaks of procurement weakness. The issues relating to procurement weakness have been reported in previous audit reports and were again present in 2015. One extreme example of the procurement regulations being circumvented was observed in the Ministry of Communication and Works, where a contract valued in excess of $1.05 million was split into 12 petty contracts varying from $72,960 to $97,200, which were all issued to the same contractor. There was no tendering for this project or waiver from the Cabinet. The regulations in place for public procurement are insufficient to ensure transparency and value for money is achieved in contract letting. Soft provisions allow for circumvention of regulations which can be bypassed or otherwise disregarded with the splitting of contract and waiver of tender. The regulations for public tender need to be reviewed for improved management, transparency, and economy of public procurement. We speak of this only because if you're coming into the service, public service, for the first time, and you don't want to really fall into this, you have to get a cabinet decision that will allow you to avoid this. So there's too much work to be done to have this become an issue when this is written in report after report after report. So I highlight it, I read it just to make sure that we understand fully when. And all of us will fall into this from time to time. You want a project done today. The rules are so restrictive, you want it done another way. But we have to look in terms of each of the legislations that will allow you to do it properly before moving the other step and find yourself under this type of scrutiny. Ministerial development projects is spoke of that. The development projects subhead provided to the ministries present issues of transparency. Expenditure occurring within these accounts are not categorized by project, but by objects, i.e. material, payroll, utilities. The object categorization combined the activities of different projects, thereby presenting difficulty in establishing what projects are being undertaken, 2, the budgeted amounts and actual expenditure for individual projects, and 3, the legitimacy of related payment requests as required by Section 14A of the Audit Act. There is a need for subledgers to be introduced to enable each project undertaken under these subheads to be properly and transparently accounted for. Again, we're looking at some of these and we just have it because there are different ways of learning from other people's errors, from other people's strengths, from your own errors, from your own strengths, and from books. I'm looking at books. I'm looking at reports so that we can all be mindful of some of the stuff that is likely to be cited in future reports if you fall into the same. In addition, the Ministry of Communication and Works overspent its provision of $3.7 million by 0.1 for the total development project's expenditure. Again, these are issues that are cited. There was a number 8, which speaks of assets. There was a number 9, non-recognition of infrastructure assets. Investments in infrastructure assets, roads, bridges, retention walls, during the year under review were not added to the assets register and are not disclosed in the statement of assets and liabilities. This contributes to the ongoing undervaluation of public assets on the statement. Prior period asset valuation, the asset registry, are items all undertaken. Mr. Speaker, and number 9. Number 9 speaks of the advance of loan funds to the Port Authority. The BVI government drew down an amount of $11.7 million on the hospital outfitting and sewage infrastructure loan in 2015. The records show that $8 million of this was not paid to the government, but was transferred directly from the lending agency to the BVI Port Authority, which was at the time undertaking the development of the Pier Park. No advance warrant was received in support of this transaction. The drawdown of $11.7 million is included on the balance sheet as part of the public debt borrowings and in Note 10 of the financial statements. The $8 million advance is reflected on the balance sheet under advances to agencies and in Note 4 of the statement. So when one is calling for reports and reports ahead, it is important to read them so that you can have an understanding of year to year how to better look in terms of the proper accounting methods, the proper areas of transparency, and we can flag a number of items of which one speaks, because you speak of these things sometimes and people are thinking that you're creating issues, you're causing problems. But the fact is that they're picked up, they're sent over the world, because once they leave here, well, they're forced, as we now know, because we have a better idea of how it should work. It goes to a number of agencies, then it comes to the governor, the premier, and I think it's to the financial secretary, one date, and then it has to come to the House to be laid on the table for debate and be acted on accordingly. And just to round up that particular section, pension fund, contingency fund, and other areas. So the audit issues for 2015 amounted to some 11 issues that were flagged by the auditor for us to take reference to, for us to make note of, and for us to act upon. And I think, Mr. Speaker, when the 2019 and the 2020 ones come in, then we can look at how good a stewards we were as it relates to financial propriety. I want to thank you very much for allowing me those few notes, those few words. Thank you.
I thank the Deputy Premier for his second and his contribution. The floor remains open for debate on the Supplementary Appropriation 2015 Act 2019. Having seen no indication of any member wishing to make a contribution, I call upon the Minister of Finance to wrap up the debate.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think enough has been said. And Mr. Speaker, I move that we go into the committee stage to deal with this clause by clause, well, section by section, because this money, Mr. Speaker, was spent in 2015, and it's only now that we took office that we have brought it to the House to regularize. We're talking about a total in the recurrent of $30,915,988, mostly in reallocations, so most was in new monies. And then the capital would be $11,613,298. So we basically, Mr. Speaker, what we're trying to do is regularize in the books and balance the books of transactions of over $42 million, Mr. Speaker. And granted, in fairness, it's not new monies, but it's monies that we have to make sure that we balance in order to help us to get the books up to date and put us in a sound financial footing, not only in terms of our dealings with the UK loan guarantee, but also dealing with any loans that we do, and also making sure that any financial institution that calls for it, that we would be able to stand the test of times with the way our finances are in order, or should be in order. And that's the aim of this administration, and we're working very hard at it. And this is going to be a continuous process, as tomorrow we'll have some more, and then on Friday we'll have some more, because there's a lot of areas, not only in the Supplementary Appropriations Act that we have to do, but also in terms of different areas of the SAP, different SAPs that were done that have to be brought up to speed 2016 and other areas. And also for those that reallocations that we did in 2019, we're going to get them regularized within the good timing of at least about 6 months, or at least within the 2020 year. That's very important, not to let it linger like what we're seeing 5 years, 6 years after, 5 years after, or 4 years, or 3 years, 2 years. It should be no more than the 1 year. And when we do amendments to the standing orders and even the Constitution, we'll make sure that these financial transactions, no matter what they are reported to the House and are regularized no later than 6 months into the new year. That's an amendment that we'll be bringing to make sure that there's teeth inside of it in terms of the conditions and also the penalties. So thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank you. Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the bill shortly entitled Supplementary Appropriation 2015 Act 2019 be now read a second time. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. I call upon the clerk to read the bill for a second time.
This act may be cited as a Supplementary Appropriation 2015 Act 2019.
Pursuant to Standing Order 55-1 of the House of Assembly, the bill now stands committed to a committee of the whole House to be considered clause by clause. This House is now in committee. is sitting. I call upon the Minister of Finance to report on the Supplementary Appropriation 2015 Act 2019.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we were able to go and look at the SAP and regularizing it from 2015. We're talking about regularizing over $42 million, Mr. Speaker, that, 5 years later, we are now regularizing, and we also know that the Auditor General pointed out certain things in her report, Mr. Speaker. And with the Auditor General pointing out in her report for 2015, there's an area there that I've been saying, and the Minister of Health have been saying for years, that this is a concern, and it is something that that we were put down by the then administration that it's not a problem. But we have found out now that without us prompting the Auditor General, we have found out now that the Auditor General has flagged it. And with that now, Mr. Speaker, I'm here getting it. That is most amazing. And of course, no one else would tell you that story, what the Auditor General flagged. And it was something that we kept saying, and I kept saying in the opposition. And now that we have the auditor's report for 2015, the Auditor General, one of the areas, and part of it had to do with some of the monies here we were looking at, was when the money was transferred from the loan funding to the Pear Park project. We always stated that it was illegally transferred, and we were told that it was not. But we know that the Public Finance Management Act says that any monies received by loan or whatever the case may be, wherever the monies come from, have to go into the consolidated fund. For example, we got the grant from the Social Security Board, and that has to go through the consolidated fund. Whatever the monies are, if you have a grant, it's paid to the Accountant General. If you have a loan, it goes through the consolidated fund, and then it goes to its intended destination. And Mr. Speaker, it's amazing that we were told and given answers saying otherwise, Mr. Speaker, that when we look at what has been done, Mr. Speaker, now, and we look at some of it, we see now, and I want to read for you verbatim what the Auditor General stated in her 2015 report. So I wouldn't speak out of wouldn't be speaking out of turn. The Auditor General said, the BVI government drew down an amount of $11.7 million on the hospital outfitting and sewage infrastructure loan in 2015. Now remember, the $8 million of that was supposed to do with the Eastern Langley sewage project. That's from 2015. And the Auditor General said, and I'm reading from her report, Mr. Speaker, so I crave your indulgence because my notes can be verified. And the record showed, and I continue to read from the Auditor General's report, the records show that $8 million of this was not paid to the government, but was transferred directly from the lending agency to the BVI Port Authority, which was at the time undertaking development of the Pear Park. The Auditor General went on to say in her report, no advance warrant was received in support of this transaction. The Auditor General went on to state that the drawdown of $11.7 million is included on the balance sheet as part of the public debt borrowings and in note 10 of the financial statements. But she went on to say that the $8 million advance is reflected on the balance sheet under advances to agencies and in note 4 of the statement. Mr. Speaker, simply put, the transaction was an illegally transferred transaction. I said it from the opposition. And now that we are doing the regularizations of money spent in 2015 and we have the Auditor General's report, 5 years later we have had the confirmation that it was an illegal transfer. And it's something also that we're working on regularizing because, Mr. Speaker, the House approved the loan from the bank. They would think it was for one of the banks, I won't call it institution, for specific purposes. And if you're going to repurpose the loan, it would have to come back to the House, Mr. Speaker. And if any money is received from the loan, it would have to go through the consolidated fund as prescribed in the Constitution. So, Mr. Speaker, the purpose was, it was never repurposed by the House. So the House had not a clue that the Eastern Long sewage money was taken from the loan and placed somewhere else. And to date, the Eastern Long sewage is still a problem for the people in the 8th district because the monies by the then government was taken out and put, Mr. Speaker, towards the Pear Park project. And Mr. Speaker, we checked the books, roughly a little over $2 million was paid back only within recent times. But that wasn't in our time, and it didn't went towards a full project anyway. So, Mr. Speaker, this is what happens when we don't police ourselves. The people in the 8th district now and 7th have to deal with the sewage issues, and now it becomes ours. And the people who sat there and let it happen are the ones now questioning us on when this Eastern Long sewage project is going to begin. And where's the money for it? And if we don't care about people. And here you have now the records coming forward from the Auditor General stating that this was the money for the project. It was illegally transferred from a loan. It was put illegally transferred into the Pear Park project. And it was registered in a form that is not right in the finances. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm hearing a lot of questions coming to us, when we're going to do this, when we're going to do that. And most of the funds, when you look, were diverted into other areas. And now you don't have those funds, and you have to now come with those funds to do those projects that weren't done. And then there are those who are asking us and pushing it out on the street, and speaking to people in the street, making it sound like we are the issue. They are the ones who are out there making it seem like we don't want to do these things when we have to find the monies to deal with those problems. And note, this was before 2017. So we have to find the monies now to fix the Irma problems and fix the COVID-19 problems, fix the Johnson Dykes problems, fix the sewage in East End, all the problems where most of the monies were already allocated, whether through loans, grants, or whatever the case may be. And Mr. Speaker, they weren't done. I'm not saying this out of politics, it's just a fact. Now, as we sat and we were doing the supplementary appropriation for 2015, we learned, Mr. Speaker, where all these monies were when the members started to ask to highlight what those monies were for. And then we get the Auditor General report for the 2015. We're learning now that all these were the monies we were speaking about all the time. And Mr. Speaker, we're not better off with the roads where the money came from Social Security. At least with this $40 million, we see where it's going. It's going to have accountability. But you show me any road right now that we can say that we are glad that that $16 million has done one or two a little better, Mr. Speaker, but had anything to show. And when you go now to get the grant for the people to help them in a meaningful way, then you have the same people who took it to do other things with, that there's nothing to show in a meaningful way. Now trying to lead a charge with others that you raided the Social Security. We didn't raid it. We went to get help for the people. Raiding is what happened before we came. And there are many other areas of it that we can speak about, but the reason that this came up is because of going through all accounts to regularize them. And now, through regularizing the over $42 million of reallocations and other expenditures that the Auditor General picked up that wasn't picked up before, we're realizing now where the Auditor General had to conclude certain things about transactions during that time. And it's here in black and white, and the Auditor General's accounts report was laid in this house, so it's a public document now. And persons could read it on the issue number 9, flagged by the Auditor General, independent. The Auditor General's office is an independent body. So it has no political pressures to be woven to. So, Mr. Speaker, these are concerns because in the middle of COVID-19, some of the same persons that did these things are the ones leading charge, telling you that you need to find the money. The people are suffering. The sewage is up there. They're walking in it. And we're going to have another pandemic due to sewage and all kind of things being said. And then they turn it into the government alone when the sewage money was there and disappeared. Went to a project, and even the amounts paid never really went into anything meaningful. There was some work done on the sewage, Mr. Speaker, and the Minister of Transport will give his report in due time, but even the pipes that were put down, Mr. Speaker, were incorrectly put in place. But we get to find out now that they didn't dig them back up because it would not look good during the election time. So the same roads up east that have been paved, when we start to dig them up, they're going to try to get ahead of us with the street melee. But the fact is that there were issues with the project, and it was found out, Mr. Speaker, but they kept going. Now a year and change later, that we have gotten some monies to start back the Eastern Langlook sewage, starting to get into it. We're finding out that there are issues with the pipes that were already laid and other areas of the sewage project. And if we don't get our side out and have it accurately out, they will have people thinking that we're going to dig up Eastern Langlook Road to go do our things and trying to blame them when the records, again, the report showing that there were issues. And we have to find a fresh $2 million to deal with this because the problems of Eastern Langlook with the sewage is horrible. And we don't care who is in office or who is in opposition or government. This is a problem of national importance. So here we are while we're trying to keep all the public officers hired, try to scale back government to be able to afford keeping everyone hired and being able to pay for the lights. Here we are still have to look for money to get certain things done to make sure that we remove certain hazards away from the people of Eastern Langlook and all over the territory. And this is one of the areas that's a challenge, but one in which I thank my members for their patience because you have to run with patience the race set before you. Because even in COVID-19, where the whole economy is scaled back, there are those who are telling the people they can help, they can do this, they can do that, they have the money, they do this, they do that, they could do this project, they could do the other, knowing full well that their finances, everything is scaling back, in which trying to do what even Rumpelstiltskin did in terms of trying to make gold out of straw. Yes. And even the straws run out and we're still trying to make some gold, Mr. Speaker. So it's amazing. It's quite amazing. I just shake my head sometimes. It's quite amazing. And the debate with this is so powerful that you'll think even with the Auditor General's report, the records from the bank and everything that you're seeing, that is enough to convince persons that, look, these issues was systematic for being around a while, and we have to deal with them and still deal with modern day accounts. Because there's a danger that I said before that I hope that I never realized, because when you have to look at all these areas of accounting that was and balancing the checkbook that was not done, and you have to now do that while running things on daily, you have to hope that what has been identified, that nothing was missed, so that we really on the true footing that we are saying. Because, Mr. Speaker, why is it important to get these things together? Because a lot of people, and I need to end with this, ask this government, what happened to the petty contract system? The petty contract system came under fire because of all these things, Mr. Speaker. So from the UK down, everyone put pressure down because there were so many infractions. Now that the same little man that they said we don't care about suffered as a result because the petty contract system came under fire and under question for many other areas. And we want to bring a new proposal up to to the UK and everyone to sit and discuss on how we can have a modernized form of the petty contract system in an accountable manner. We shouldn't throw out something altogether because there were issues with it. Let us sit down and look at it in a modern way and make sure the legislations reflect it so that we can bring this back up, but in an accountable manner, so that we could raise up our people through small contracts, but ones that will call for more accountability than before. So, Mr. Speaker, when you hear some of what I'm hearing from other persons who helped destroy the petty contract system because of the poor financial conduct and put challenges on the petty contract system, are the ones now telling persons that we need to give up more petty contract in every district, when they know that we are facing some financial infractions that even the UK are concerned that the territory have to get them right, and we're working on them. But not that we did them, we met them. You know, I'm the one being asked about a plane that I never paid for, never flew, never asked for. But now I met that and I have to answer for the plane. You know, I'm not the one who took out the money for the sewage, but I'm the one who has to answer for the sewage. You know, and I could go on a list of things, and they feel comfortable asking me and don't feel like they did anything. They just feel comfortable asking me. So, Mr. Speaker, when I look at these areas, I become genuinely concerned. In our village, we said they have a lot of hat. They have a lot of hat. But I guess that's part of how it goes. Politics is largely perception. And if they could speak enough on the street, and sometimes the minister don't get on the street as much, so when you do get on the street, you hear, where the petty contracts? When you're going to start the sewage in Eastern Langlook, you all don't care about the people in Eastern Langlook. And you have to remind them that we're trying to put things in place to get to help you. But the money for that went somewhere else. And the ports now, we're trying to rebond that so we could get some money back from them to help with the same project. And other areas, we're trying to work on it. TRC, we're trying to get some money to help work on these different things. TRC was the first, the levy has been collected. And the question is why it wasn't collected before, and we're telling the companies we need all our money from all those times that it wasn't collected. If we paid all our monies, we talking about what, $20 million were left on the table and not collected with all the telecom companies. And those were monies that are supposed to come towards the government. Why they weren't collected? Could it be because of conflict of interest? Could it be that there was no aim to collect them? They're out there to be collected. They were made by the company. I made a statement on it a few days ago. So there are a lot of areas that we're trying to get regularized so we could get the help to the people and put new laws and pass new laws in place so that the people of the Virgin Islands can see that the economy is opening up and they could find their place in it. We passed the gaming law. Some people are very angry. I don't gamble. I don't have no intention to, but if you're going to do it, just bring us our money in terms of the government's money. It's the same as the liquor license. Persons were here with the liquor license, not one of them who work on the legislation drinks. But if you want a liquor license, give government their section. All we're saying is, whatever belongs to Caesar, give to Caesar. That's what it said. Whatever belongs to God, give to God. So we put in things in place so we could open up new industries in this territory so that people wouldn't just be confined to whether it be tourism or financial services, new industries, new areas that may be different to them, but still will be able to link into already existing industries. That's the only way we're going to help this territory. And where persons don't have to be coming to beg a politician to see if they could get their business going. But if you open up the economy, then all have a chance to make it. And that's why we're getting away from the former administration, to be very blunt about it. We don't want to control people's lives. We want people to be able to control their lives. We don't want to police anyone. We want everybody to be able to police themselves. And it's not a popular process to be going through, especially when some persons were accustomed of being in full control of people's lives all the time. And they still see some of what we're doing is not making any sense or adding up in their books. But the more we open up the economy, Mr. Speaker, the more people can find their way without having to be subjected to the whims and fancies of any elected official. And that's where we're going, that's where we're heading. And as we clear up the accounts today, Mr. Speaker, this is another step in the right direction. And Mr. Speaker, we have a long road to go with the clearing up of the accounts in this territory in many respects. So after 15 months in office, 16 months is not over. A lot of areas that we have to do. And Mr. Speaker, whatever monies that we can find that is owed to people, that we are doing, as I said earlier, we are up to $1.5 million. We have people on Sister Islands that the government, the last administration worked years ago. They acknowledged their work then, but never put the payment in, never processed it. Some of it never even left the ministry, never even put into the system. Mr. Speaker, and those business people are suffering. And we just found out that the total is about $1.5 million, and that's just at the first look. We're looking for some others. So now while we have to find new monies to do new things, we still have to find a lot of old money to take care of a lot of old bills and a lot of old projects where monies were already allocated. But no one is saying those things. They just say the area of where they find government not looking for monies. We're the ones who have to renegotiate the Caribbean Development Bank loan in terms of making sure that we put structures in place with it, broaden how much our people can bid for those projects, and also put a plan in place. The CDB came and they sat in my office and we went through it. That's the reason now we can get the reservoir in Caribbean and Capone's Bay looked at now to solve the water problems in Longbush, and the administration building in Virgin Gorda, and in both the Valley and the Song and the school. And yes, some of our people are saying, well, these contracts didn't go out to people in the district area. But when you have these monies that you have to go and borrow from international agencies, they have to do a bidding process. The one thing that we were able to achieve, which was not achievable before, is at least more of our contractors locally could bid and win. So yes, sometimes they might not be from Virgin Gorda, but they're still from the BVI, and that's a plus, because before, if it went down how it was going down, the threshold was low, and they would have not won those contracts, and there would have not been any locals benefiting from the CDB loan. So while we have a victory in one place, there are those who are going around telling persons that look at them, they're bringing people not from Virgin Gorda to do the complex. They're bringing people from this and trying to use it as a political tool to unseat the government's representative in that area. And even in my area, they talk about how they bring people from outside. Outside, yes, in terms of not the district, but they're Virgin Islanders, and you have no choice because the rules of CDB is one in which you have to tender. And that is why we have asked the RDA to do more and more and more seminars with our contractors to get them up to speed, because the ball game get changed right under us, the rules were changed right under us, and it was changed because of the reason why we're here today, because of the poor stewardship with some of these finances. So everybody sank their teeth in us, and that is the reason petty contracts were at a minimum and still are. And we have to walk around those to see how to get these things done in a transparent and accountable manner. People want to run away from it, but that's what it is. That's the bottom line. And then they're telling persons with these tenders that when they tender, we can go in and change it and give it to somebody from Virgin Gorda, give it to somebody from West End. But the financial regulations and the CDB rules, you go straight to jail. Let me put it what it is. No curves, no bends. What we're fighting for is to change the laws and the policies so that all people can be the ones who are allowed to bid on them and let the better man win. So, Mr. Speaker, we are glad that we get to get our finances or the way that we're performing up to par, so that persons who can bid and help our people to build themselves through the RDA and other areas, because now we have to use what we have. So we have to find a way to get those seminars going. If we didn't do that, none of our people would have been building the Elmhurst High School when it was refurbished. That was given to be for loan funding, and everybody took their hands off of it. And we came in, we said we believe in our contractors, let's do it in an accountable way. And then we testified that the Caribbean region, look at it now as a poster golden project that you could use, how you can have multiple contractors and have it accountable. But Mr. Speaker, all the pressure was put down because of the failure to have the finances in place. And with it now, that allow for persons to call the shots. And it will never be said that way, but that's other persons other than ourselves to call the shots, because persons were already compromised with all these different things. And Mr. Speaker, what I'm saying here is that we, as this government, is taking this opportunity to try to get these things straight and deal with the difficult topics. Let's deal with petty contracts. If there's an issue, let's deal with it up front. Let's have some public discussions on what went wrong and how do we get it right. Because those are the areas where our people build up themselves. So if we want to get them back into the districts like how they used to be, knowing the financial regulations and all that the auditor has written, and we don't want to violate them, well, let's speak about them, and then we will bring those amendments to the House so that we can address them. That is how we're going to deal with them. We're not going to run for them and make us feel that petty contracts were bad, well, how they were being utilized, yes. And if there were areas that were concerned with, all right, let's correct it. That is what leaders do. They correct the issues and look ahead and put things in place so that generations unborn will benefit from it. But if we don't handle our finances, then they'll always argue and tell us no, because they look at us always in a manner that's not good. No, I don't worry about it, but it's a fact. They look at it and they try to carve, and even those that we have to speak with, having a mindset that we as Virgin Islanders only get our property through running drugs and doing something illegal. When that's not the case for the most persons in this territory, there'll always be crime everywhere you go. A lot of persons work hard, but we cannot allow those kind of brands to stay on us and those over us not saying it, but that's what in their mind, that we are crook, criminals, and thieves. And even those who reporting to them don't understand that that's how they look at them. We have to change that mindset. We cannot allow that brand to be on us. As a Virgin Islands people, we work hard, and it starts with us getting our finances in order to make sure that it's in order, so that they don't be watching and us thinking something is wrong. What's amazing is that in the 21st century, we allow people to preach a condemnation message on us, and when you look into their backyard, it's not better. As a matter of fact, in most cases, it was. But that still is not an excuse for us not to make sure that we clean up our backyard. And we don't have to do it because they want us to do it. They don't have to do it because they feel that we should do it. We have to do it because it's the right thing to do. Because as we advance in our political advancement, we have to show that we can police ourselves. And we don't need anyone to police us. We have to show that. In the areas where they don't want us to go, we have to go in those areas and bring accountability into those areas. There's a lot of areas we go into, persons don't want us to go. When the Minister of Transportation turned around the traffic, there was this one guy who used to call me religiously every morning at 7:30. I used to tell him, Lord, you even ain't let me, you even ain't let me get to kiss my wife, you ain't let me get read my Bible, you ain't let me get do nothing. Every 7:30 he called. Where you going with this thing? Put it down. So much so that when the traffic turned around on Monday, the Tuesday morning he called, 7:30, I said, oh, Father. And I answer. He said, boy, the thing working. I make a mistake. It's working better than I thought. I have one or two little areas there, but you don't work it out. You see where you can't get attached to people, although you love them, you got to stay attached to purpose. If I had listened to this one person, our government had listened to this one person, we'd have put it down. We won't touch it at all. We have heard since we passed gambling that, oh, a lot of illegal money and come mine and then read the bill, you know. To know that financial services put clause in there to make sure that we keep this industry clean and regulated properly. But they leave with that talk, Mr. Speaker. And the liquor license, the areas that tell me they're concerned about, I tell them no problem. We could easily put it back so that we could get those things fixed. That's what the government is here for. In many other areas that we're looking into, some will be popular, some will be not. But when COVID-19 is finished, we want to be ahead as a territory. The airport expansion is another one that's going to be a talk, but we're going to come with how we're going to go about that and what the needs. It is up to us here to tell the people what is happening. And when we're going to sit down with our counterparts and our partners, it's up to us to make it happen then. But there's a lot of tough things that we have to do in this territory if we want to survive now, and especially after COVID-19. But it all starts with making sure that we take care of our our finances. And Mr. Speaker, this is what we're doing, and you're going to see a lot more of these within this year till we get the whole backlog of what should have been regularized already regularized. You're going to see a lot more of it. Tomorrow we have the House, you're going to see more of it. Thursday in the House, you're going to see more of it. And in the coming weeks, you're going to see more of it until we have all that's outstanding up to date, Mr. Speaker. That is what this government is going to do. So yes, we'll take some knock by some of those who put us where we are and forget. But one of the things that I learned in life is that once destruction is your motivation becomes your destruction. So, Mr. Speaker, once we move with a pure heart to do God's will for the people of this territory, and yes, we'll make some mistakes, but it won't be intentional. But for those whose intention is to continue to see if they could try to destroy this government or bring disunity in it because we're doing the things that should have been done for quite a while and doing some other things that might not be popular but have to be done. Mr. Speaker, I don't envy them. Not that I worry about and saying that they should not, I would say this, have those who are against. That is a democratic society. But have some that's going way beyond just disagreeing with topics. They're trying to become personal and they're trying to agitate the public to become personal, Mr. Speaker. And I can see, because I'm in politics long enough, telling them a lot of things that are not factual, but they know that the persons don't have the time or access sometimes to verify it, so they're going to tell them all manner of things, hoping to agitate the public. But one thing I know for sure, Mr. Speaker, like I said, once destruction is your motivation definitely becomes your destruction. Our aim is to build this Virgin Islands like never before. And it doesn't happen with one minister. Honorable Reimer turned around the traffic, and anytime he looked to big up his chest without the rest of us, he don't get it flattened. I came here with the money services, and if I look to big up my chest without the rest of them, you're going to get it flattened. I'll get mine flattened. The Minister of Health and his team doing well with COVID-19, but anytime he tries to big up his chest, he'll get it flattened. The Minister of Education is doing his best there to revive the culture, education, and anytime he big up his chest, he'll get it flattened. Minister of Labor, he has the biggest task because wrong now when you're dealing with monies in different areas, and Social Security. But even to him, if you try to big up his chest, he'll get it flattened. Because it's a togetherness. Because unless Honorable Smith in the back says yes, and Honorable Shireen Flax says yes, and you have Honorable Sherry Castro saying yes, and all our territorials say yes, and the districts, Honorable Alva Maduro Keynes back there, she quiet, but she talawa. When we get in those meetings and she bring her concerns for the people forward, you have to listen to them and find the balance. See, they're right here. They don't even have to tell no, I'm not tailed out of school for the premier. You have to listen and find the balance. And when we move forward together. But we live in a society that people just like, not people, that's the wrong thing to say, I do apologize. Some persons just love confusion. They love melee, they love commerce. They just want to see a government fighting, or they want to hear the government fighting, or they want to hear a husband and wife fighting. We have some of them in the society, and it look like unless it's happening, they don't feel good. So if it ain't happening, they try to make it happen. And then they tell you, far you're doing good, but you're at large, we're not hearing from them. You're not hearing from them? Every time I say yes, and we get it done, you're hearing from them? Because if they don't say yes, where are you going? They are the strength. We have some junior ministers. Whenever we get done, all of them have a say inside of it. If all the administration before us had the unity what we have now and the togetherness, this country would have been further. Because then the right decisions would have been made and people would have been moving further ahead. Further ahead. But now that we have oneness of purpose and unity, not that we see eye to eye all the time, but we learn how to disagree to agree to disagree. And we get the people's work done. And I'm proud to be in this government. I'm extremely proud to be in this government that has decided that we're going to get the accounts of the territory put back together in an accountable way. And I can tell you, even when we meet privately, all of them will tell me, Minister of Finance, don't stay long getting these audited financial statements up to date. Because you can't run a country without updated audited financial statements. And I tell them I understand well. And whatever team or consultant or whatever we have to do to get us within the right state of the Constitution, we're going to get it done. This is about nation building. This is about building a legacy for the territory, not yourself. And Mr. Speaker, I can say that with that said, that's what this government is about. And even with our grant that we get from Social Security, we're going to make sure it's accountable. And I told the minister to have them release this money this week, because there are some people playing games with the money not to help the people of the Virgin Islands, and I'm not going to sit down and hide it. Just because some around them didn't want it to happen. The people suffering, the government don't do what I have to do. That money has to be released. And we asking for it to be released not on an accountable way. Accountability, the Public Finance Management Act is there. The protocols are there, everything is there. And release it now. When I send the minister to do that, and I say it publicly, that I'm only talking to him alone. It's between he and I. Release it and get it done this week. Because I do not subscribe to people who use their power for the wrong reasons. That's why I told persons as premier, certain places I just stay on my porch and cool out, because when it comes to help the people and you get too close to some people, you might want to tell them where to get off. But when you don't hang out as much, I could meet you and say, look, okay, I love you, but we pass this for the people, give the people their money. And when I have to come to the public, I don't have to worry about losing a friendship because it wasn't there. But I love people, you need them. But you can't be wrong people so much that you're afraid to tell them when they're wrong. That's what I love with this government. We tell each other when we're wrong. And we make the adjustments. But people out there suffering the $6.5 million for the business loan unapproved by Cabinet, the fishing and farmers unapproved by Cabinet, the transportation unapproved by Cabinet, and all what needs to be approved is approved. The programs themselves, time for the money. The money was approved as a grant. Let's get on with it. Because when the money was given out to those who didn't be accountable, that we here regularizing it after 2015, it didn't have all this frolic. So I just come here to let the people know that this is the reason we have to be prudent. And 2015, in 2020, we're now regularizing money from 2015. That should say it all. If that doesn't say it all, I don't know what is. I don't know what is. And again, for those who will distort it or try to, we're not saying that all the transactions in here or any transaction in here is wrong. We're just saying that accountability, the timing of it is wrong. It's totally off. So, Mr. Speaker, with those few words, of which I know I've gathered more friends with, I will now rest my case. Thank you.
I thank the Premier for reporting. Is there a second?
Mr. Speaker, I probably rise to second the motion.
Thank you, honorable members. It has been moved and seconded that the bill entitled Supplementary Appropriation 2015 Act 2019 be now read a third time and pass as amended. Those in favor? Those against? The motion is passed. I call upon the clerk to read the bill for a third time.
This act may be cited as a Supplementary Appropriation 2015 Act 2020.
The bill has been read a third time and passed with amendments. I call upon the Deputy Premier and Minister for Health and Social Development.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank you very much for affording me to the opportunity to get the second reading of this bill. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move the second and third readings of the bill entitled the Virgin Islands Red Cross Act. Now it's entitled 2019, but we would have this as 2020. Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill shortly entitled the Virgin Islands Red Cross Act 2019 be read a second time. And while I stand, Mr. Speaker, I would like to go through some of the areas, if you will allow, and I will ask for your kind indulgence in terms of making sure that we read from my notes. Because, Mr. Speaker, history will show that, like other bills that we have been introducing here in this House, this was first introduced in 2016. So it's been a long time coming. Is that a song? It's been a long time coming, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the National Red Cross and Red Crescent societies are autonomous voluntary relief organizations, the first of which were founded in 1864 with a purpose to assist the sick and wounded on the battlefield. After the First World War, this original task of national societies was widened to cover relief at all times. At present, besides preparing for wartime, their main peacetime activities are directed at assistance, health, and social welfare. In their respective countries, the national societies are private associations with legal personalities. They carry out the humanitarian activities in conformity with their own statutes and in accordance with national legislation. Although their legal nature varies to some extent, they are all recognized and authorized by special legal acts on the basis of the Geneva Convention of the 12th August 1949 and entrusted, Mr. Speaker, with the task of a private character. Mr. Speaker, their special stature as auxiliaries to the public authorities in the humanitarian field is a condition for recognition of national societies as provided in the statutes of the International Red Cross and Red Crescent movement, entitled The Movement, that have been adopted by the International Conference of the Red Cross and Red Crescent, in which the state parties to the Geneva Convention takes part. These statutes also require the national societies to be constituted on the territories of an independent state where the Geneva Convention in 1949 are in force, to be the only national society of the said state, to be duly recognized by the legal government of its country on the basis of the Geneva Convention of 1949 and of the national legislation as a voluntary aid society, to use the name and emblem of the Red Cross or the Red Crescent in conformity with the Geneva Convention, to cooperate with the other components of the movement and to respect the fundamental principles of the movement, namely humanity, impartiality, neutrality, independence, voluntary service, unity, and universality. At this moment, there are 178 national societies have thus been recognized. In conformity with the stature of the movement, the national societies support the public authorities in their humanitarian task according to the need of the people of their respective countries. They cooperate with the public authorities in the preparation of disease, in the prevention of disease, the promotion of health, and the mitigation of human suffrage by their own programs in such fields as education, health, social welfare for the benefit of the whole community. They organize in liaison with public authorities, emergency relief operations, and other services to assist the victims of armed conflicts as provided in the Geneva Convention of 1949 and the victims of natural disasters and other emergencies for whom help is needed. They disseminate and assist their governments in disseminating international humanitarian laws and take initiatives in this respect. They provide the principles and ideals of the movement and assist those governments with which also disseminate them. They cooperate with the governments to ensure respect for international humanitarian laws and to protect the Red Cross and Red Crescent emblems. Mr. Speaker, both the statutes of the movement and the Geneva Convention and the additional protocols require the national societies to be guided in their work by international humanitarian law. Mr. Speaker, the British Virgin Islands Red Cross Society is a national society as described above. The society has carried on its activities in the British Virgin Islands through a branch office. This office has been managed and administered by a board made up of members throughout the community, of local community. I will give a full listing of the chairman of the, or the chairpersons of that board at a later stage. But since its establishment in 1956, the British Virgin Islands Red Cross branch of the British Red Cross Society has provided skilled and impartial care to people in need and in crisis in the British Virgin Islands, as well as financial and other assistance to sister Red Cross organizations in the region. The BVI Red Cross also provides first aid and CPR training for businesses and the community. The BVI Red Cross has a memorandum of understanding with the Department of Disaster Preparedness and is a key agency involved in disaster preparedness and response and disaster risk reduction. Mr. Speaker, under Article 5.21 of the Supplementary Royal Charter of Incorporation of the Society seal on the 18th of December 1997, the Society has the power to establish its overseas branch as separate legal entities in accordance with the laws of the relevant local jurisdiction. The British Virgin Islands Red Cross will remain an overseas branch of the British Red Cross, and on the basis that there can be only one national society in any one country. As an overseas branch, the BVI Red Cross will remain subject to specified policies and rules approved by the British Red Cross, notably those contained in the Constitution referred to in Section 6 of the Act and the Establishment Agreement referred to in Section 7 thereof. The British Virgin Islands itself is not required to be a party to the 1949 Geneva Convention, Mr. Speaker. These conventions apply to BVI by virtue of the United Kingdom ratification of the same on the 23rd of September 1957. The provisions of the Geneva Convention Act in 1957 passed to enable the UK to give effect to certain provisions of the 1949 Convention in the UK law, Mr. Speaker, 1949 Convention of the UK law, were extended. I will read that again. The provisions of the Geneva Convention Act 1957 passed to enable the UK to give effect to certain provisions of the 1949 Convention in UK law were extended to the British Virgin Islands in the Geneva Convention Act, Colonial Territories Order in Council 1959. The main object of this bill is to establish the British Virgin Islands Red Cross as a corporate body with autonomous status as a means, among other things, of granting the society recognition as a voluntary aid society auxiliary to the public authorities in the British Virgin Islands. In the bill, Mr. Speaker, the bill consists of 14 14 clauses. And Mr. Speaker, Clause 1 would provide for the short title and commencement. Clause 2 will define the various terms in the Act. Clause 3 will establish the Virgin Islands Red Cross as a body corporate with perpetual succession and a common seal. It will also provide for the establishment of a governing board. Clause 4, Mr. Speaker, will provide for objects and the purpose of the BVI Red Cross, or the Virgin Islands Red Cross, and for those objects and purposes to be carried out in accordance with the fundamental principle of the International Red Cross and Red Crescent movement, the Constitution, and the Establishment Agreement. Mr. Speaker, Clause 5 would confer the powers in number 19 subclauses, in 19 subclauses that may be exercised by the Virgin Islands Red Cross in furtherance or promotion of its objectives. The organization will be empowered to act as an autonomous auxiliary to the public authorities in the Virgin Islands in the humanitarian field to spread awareness and promote respect for international humanitarian law and generally administer its own affairs in accordance with its establishment agreement and the principles, policies, and regulations of the movement. It would also provide for the Virgin Islands Red Cross to be treated as a belonger company for the purpose of holding real property within the Virgin Islands. There's a story behind that. Clause 6, Mr. Speaker, would provide for the administration of the Red Cross, of the Virgin Islands Red Cross in accordance with the Constitution. It would also provide for the continuation of the tenure of the serving officers and board members of the branch. Mr. Speaker, Clause 7 would deem the Virgin Islands Red Cross to be a party to the establishment agreement upon commencement of this Act. It would also provide for the establishment agreement to be amended, replaced, or terminated in accordance with the terms of the agreement. Clause 8, Mr. Speaker, would provide for officers, employees, and volunteers to be exempt from or indemnified against liability attaching to them in the course of active duty, except with respect to fraud, dishonesty, or willful negligence. Clause 9, Mr. Speaker, would limit the liabilities of any member for the debts and legal obligations of the Virgin Islands Red Cross. Clause 10, Mr. Speaker, would provide that any pre-existing assets and liabilities to be transferred. I'll read number 10 again, Mr. Speaker. It will provide that any pre-existing assets and liabilities be transferred to the Virgin Islands Red Cross upon commencement of this Act. Clause 11 would give power to the Virgin Islands Red Cross to enter into contracts and agreements. It would also set out the manner in which contracts can be made, varied, or discharged. Clause 12 will provide for all books and other documents held before the commencement of the Act to be admissible as evidence in proceedings relating to the Virgin Islands Red Cross. Clause 13, Mr. Speaker, will declare the status of the Virgin Islands Red Cross as an overseas branch of the British Red Cross Society. And Clause 14 would provide for saving existing rights and powers. Mr. Speaker, BVI Red Cross has become a fixture in the Virgin Islands. I think that we can never underestimate, even if we did before, we could not underestimate the work that they have done in the aftermath of the hurricanes of 2017. The work they continue to do year to year on the health screening, on the men's screening and other initiatives that they have gone through. I have asked one of the directors to give me the full name of chairperson since its inception, for I do not want to leave anyone out. So I would not just name those that I have right now, because there are 2 or 3 other persons that I'm quite aware that were chairpersons during the life of this organization. So, Mr. Speaker, I think that this is a timely, well, it is beyond time that this act that had first come, I think, to Cabinet back in 2016, or was drafted by Cabinet in 2016, it is now, like the others that we have looked at for the month of June, because the month of June has been very active. A lot of landmark acts, bills were brought to the House for consideration, and all of which should have, but they're now here in a time like this. So, Mr. Speaker, I would move that we have the second reading of this.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion. And while I'm standing, Mr. Speaker, I just want to lend my support to this bill. The Red Cross, the Virgin Islands Red Cross Act 2019. And Mr. Speaker, for all the years that Red Cross has been around in our society, they were established in 1956, some 64 years ago. And Mr. Speaker, it is a proud moment that this bill has finally reached the House, Mr. Speaker, where they'll be able to be established as the Virgin Islands Red Cross, and it shall be a corporate body with perpetual succession and a common seal capable of suing and being sued in its corporate name. Mr. Speaker, in the Act, it speaks to 19 different powers of the Red Cross. And Mr. Speaker, with your permission, I'd like to read out some of them. Under powers in the Act, it says the Virgin Islands Red Cross shall have the following powers, which may be exercised only in furtherance or promotion of its objects and purposes. A, to act as an autonomous auxiliary to the public authorities in the humanitarian field, with a special role in enhancing respect for humanitarian values and human dignity. B, to disseminate knowledge of the fundamental principles and of international humanitarian law through publications, education programs, and in other ways. C, to cooperate with the government of the Virgin Islands to ensure respect for international humanitarian law and to protect the Red Cross, Red Crescent, and Red Crystal emblems and any other distinctive emblems, signs, and signals established under international humanitarian law. D, to perform its obligation under the establishment agreement. E, to establish in or distribute information to any media whatsoever. F, to cooperate with other bodies. G, to support and administer other charities within the Virgin Islands. H, to establish other charities, but only with the prior written approval of the society. I, to raise funds by any legal means which are in conformity with the principles, policies, and regulations of the movement, including charging membership fees. To borrow money and give security for loans. K, to acquire by purchase or otherwise and hold, sell, lease, hire, dispose of, and deal in real property situated within the Virgin Islands and in personal property of all kinds wherever situated. To make grants or loans of money. M, to set aside funds for special purposes or as reserves against future expenditure. N, to deposit or invest funds in any lawful manner, but to invest only after obtaining advice from a financial expert and having regard to the suitability of the investment and need for diversification. O, to ensure its property and itself against damage, to insure its property and itself against damage, loss, or liability to loss, and as provided in Section 8.3. P, to employ paid or unpaid agents, staff or advisors. Q, to enter into contracts to provide services to or on behalf of other bodies. R, to pay the costs associated with the incorporation of the Virgin Islands Red Cross. And S, to do anything else within the law which promotes or help to promote the objects and purposes. And Mr. Speaker, these are the powers within this act pertaining to the Red Cross. And for all these years, Mr. Speaker, I am proud to stand here in support of this act, because in any crisis, we went through our 2017 trilogy of events, the first with the floods and the hurricanes. We had COVID, and Mr. Speaker, the Red Cross were the first. They were always visible. And within anything that occurred within this territory, they were there to provide food supplies to the vulnerable. And Mr. Speaker, we must applaud them for the effort and the work that they provide to this community. Mr. Speaker, even before and even after those crises, the Red Cross, they provide food supplies twice a week to beneficiaries. And I think they have a number where they have in the office where you can go and sign up. Mr. Speaker, what I'm proud of also is during those times they had a medicine pickup and drop off for the elderly. And I'm speaking about during the lockdown, when persons were in house for 24 hours. And I know that because personally I called on the Red Cross to offer assistance, and they provided the assistance to those in need. And Mr. Speaker, when we go to various shows, various events, school events, you see the Red Cross present. They're ready to assist. And Mr. Speaker, the efforts should not go unnoticed, because they're there to provide for the vulnerable, for the needy, to anyone within this community. And Mr. Speaker, what I must say that I need to speak of most is I remember about 5 years ago when I was invited to the men's health event. I did all my exams and my prostate test as well. It was a very uncomfortable moment, but it was quite necessary. And Mr. Speaker, I encourage all men that are about to turn 40 or 40 and over to go and do their prostate exam, because that's a #1 killer for us black men. So I encourage us black men to go out and get your prostate done. But what I want to say, Mr. Speaker, is that it hasn't been done for a while, so I'm not sure what has taken place, but I understand that there is not enough funding to carry out this event. And Mr. Speaker, I would ask the minister responsible to make sure that he provide the necessary funding so that this event can continue. And Mr. Speaker, I know those are just some of the great works that the Red Cross has been doing within our community. And having the ability to second this motion, Mr. Speaker, I just want to say that I stand in full support, though long in coming, full support of this bill, the Virgin Islands Red Cross Act, 2019, and I'm sure once it gets out of the committee stage, it would be Virgin Islands Red Cross Act 2020. Mr. Speaker, with those few words, I say thank you.
I thank the member for the 5th District for seconding the motion and also his contribution. The floor remains open on the Virgin Islands Red Cross Act 2019. I recognize the Minister for Education, Culture, Youth Affairs, Fisheries and Agriculture, and member for the 7th District, Dr. the Honorable Natalio D. Whitley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is a short bill. I'm just going to speak for a few minutes. I'll be shorter than my colleague from the 5th District. And just to take this opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to really celebrate the Red Cross. We just laid to rest Reverend Idris O'Neill of blessed memory, who was a former director of the Red Cross and distinguished herself really for her generosity and her kindness and her leadership of that organization. My cousin-in-law, Mrs. Helen Frett as well, led that organization. And I know quite a number of persons who have served within the Red Cross. They rely mainly on volunteers, even though they might have a few paid positions. But they rely mainly on volunteers, and these are good people, Mr. Speaker. Persons who sacrifice their time, their energy to be able to help others. And that was put on full display, Mr. Speaker, during the COVID-19, where we had lockdowns, Mr. Speaker, and we had vulnerable persons out there in the community who needed help. They needed to get food to eat. And I saw these persons, many of them good friends of mine, in the communities up and down in their van, taking food stuff to persons. And I take this opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to celebrate that spirit and celebrate those individuals who made it their business to help those who are in need. And while I'm speaking about the Red Cross, Mr. Speaker, I should speak as well, mention as well, Family Support Network, who did an awesome job. In fact, Red Cross Family Support Network, we had social development, we had Rotary clubs, we had Lions Club, we had various churches, various organizations who've been stepping up to the plate, Mr. Speaker, and filling a gap that exists in our society. We have to find a way, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that all of these agencies coordinate and make sure that they have processes in place, processes in place to ensure that they have a good account of who they help, and to make sure that persons don't exploit the kindness of these organizations, Mr. Speaker. And now we have the hurricane season, which is upon us. And we know that the Red Cross plays a very valuable role as well. In fact, when we look at the Red Cross Act here, they have two main objects and purposes. My colleague did a good job of reading the powers, but they have two objects and purposes, which are A, to provide assistance to victims of armed conflicts. Now, I hope to God, Mr. Speaker, that we don't have any type of armed conflict, the type of armed conflict that's being described here in the Red Cross Act. But B, We have work for the improvement of health, which my colleague spoke about the prostate screening, which that's directly in line with their work. Then we have for the prevention of disease and for the prevention and alleviation of human suffering in the Virgin Islands and throughout the world, including the provision of assistance to victims of natural disasters. And we are in the hurricane zone, Mr. Speaker, and of course, recently as well, we've been experiencing lots of earthquakes. And of course, you know that the Virgin Islands has seen tsunamis before. So we have the possibility, Mr. Speaker, and we will pray for God's guidance and protection. But we must always be prepared to respond in the event of a natural disaster. And the Red Cross plays a vital role when it comes to that. So, Mr. Speaker, this establishment of the Red Cross legally under the laws of the Virgin Islands, I think, is appropriate. It's been functioning for quite some time, but you know that government has had a relationship with some of these agencies over time, where they are official sources, for instance, for that same auxiliary aid discussed in this act. So I think it's fitting that they should be established and recognized under the law for the important role they play in partnership with government. And with those few words, Mr. Speaker, I believe it's under 5 minutes, I will take my seat. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the member for the 7th District for his contribution. The floor is still open. See no indication that no other member wishes to make a contribution. I call upon the sponsor of the bill to wrap up.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the members for their support and those who have lent in the debate. I know that there's a lot that could be said, and all members are beneficiaries in their various districts and in their capacities to the works of the Red Cross. But it must go on record the work of the Ministry of Health and Social Development throughout the years as it relates to the works of the Red Cross. And Permanent Secretary, who would be one of the persons joining us, has worked hard and long on these various bills, and she was there in 2016, Mrs. Patrona Davies, when this first came to the House, and some of the reasons for which will always go, you cannot tell all, you cannot speak all. But earlier today, you would have seen also the current director, Ms. Stacey Lloyd. She was here, and together with some of the other staff members, and I had asked for them to be allowed to come in their uniforms. So not to break the protocol of the House, but just that it was an occasion for which the entire Red Cross body was proud to be here, proud to be a part of. They had to step out, but they're listening by radio and they're listening by other means. But history would show that the founding board back in '56, Honorable Ralph T. O'Neill, OBE and member emeritus of this House, was was the founding chairperson. Mrs. Mary O'Neill, the founding president, Sister Margaret Board, Sister Dina Donovan, Sister Thelma Swain, all founding members way back in '56. And we've had a number of directors throughout the years, and I hope by now I did not miss any of them. But as I mentioned, the first and founding director, Honorable Ralph Tilford O'Neill, member emeritus OBE, deceased, from '56. Then you had a gentleman I know very well, Mr. Obed Malone, deceased, and he served until '73. Then you had Sister Enid Scatliff, who served from '73 to '88. You have one of the longest serving directors, our beloved Reverend Idris O'Neill, OBE, and from 1988 to 2011, she was a fixture in Red Cross as it relates to all of the works, and the history of Red Cross will show her being the one who helped to make the movement in terms of the progress for the structure, the buildings, and all of that have you, Mr. Speaker. So she has done tremendous work as it relates to Red Cross, and her legacy, because we spoke of legacies, her legacy will live through many other areas that of which she was influential, but the Red Cross would be one of her signature products, her signature accomplishment and contribution to the life and well-being of this society. We've also had Sister Helen, who was in there, but before her, Sister Yolande Scott. She was there, she served. Sister Helen Frett, 2011 to 2017, and I'm not sure if Ms. Lloyd made it back, but she was installed in 2019, and to date, she will be of service. So Ms. Stacy Lloyd, she was here in earlier, but she served and served. She's serving and serving well. So, Mr. Speaker, there were a number of other persons, as you are well aware, that that have worked as president of this association. Dr. Eugenie Glasgow, she was there. I call her Lion Astrid, has been a fixture of the Red Cross for many, many years. The president now, I'm missing his name, but we have a lot of stalwarts who have served in the Red Cross through many years. So, Mr. Speaker, in this, we want to make sure that we get this bill passed, we get this looked at in committee, and hopefully it can make it out and pass by this House. I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the Minister for his wrap-up. Honourable members, it has been moved and seconded that the bill shortly entitled Virgin Islands Red Cross Act 2019 be now read a second time. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. I call upon the clerk to read the bill a second time.
This act may be cited as the Virgin Islands Red Cross Act 2019.
Pursuant to Standing Order 55-1 of the House of Assembly, the bill now stands committed to a committee of the whole House to be considered clause by clause. This House is now in committee. The Virgin Islands Red Cross Act 2019 has gone through committee where it has been considered clause by clause. Therefore, I call upon the sponsor of the bill, the Deputy Premier and Minister for Health and Social Development, to report.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank the many persons who have worked on this over the many years. It is a very important bill for the Red Cross as they move from one stage to another. So now they can transact in a corporate manner the business of Red Cross and continue to do the fine humanitarian work that they have been called to do over the many years. So I'd like to thank the Parliamentary Secretary, Ms. Avina Solomon, Parliamentary Council, Avina Solomon, the Permanent Secretary, Mrs. Patrona Davies, and the Director, Ms. Stacy Lloyd, for doing a fine work in terms of counseling or shepherding us through this bill. Mr. Chairman, there is a current board who, in fact, will become historic in that there will be the first board under this new regime. So I'd like to congratulate Mr. Jeffrey Brooks, he is the chairman, Ms. Vanessa King, vice chair, Peter Chatworthy, treasurer, Rena Powell, secretary, member Mr. Troy Christopher, and member Mr. Abraham Tarabay, and of course the director, Stacy Lloyd. So we'd like to wish them the speed. We'd like to encourage the continued cooperation of the public as the Red Cross, still as a voluntary body, but in a corporate form, so that they can continue to do the work of men's health, women's health, everyone's health throughout this community, and make sure that they are supported in every aspect of their works. As we go through and as we enter the hurricane season, we know that they have been around. Mr. Chairman, I think that we can wish them speed in terms of what they have to do and what they will continue to do. So, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker, I should have been saying, Mr. Speaker, I beg to report that the bill entitled Virgin Islands Red Cross Act 2019 has passed through committee with small amendments. And Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill entitled Virgin Islands Red Cross Act 2019 be read a third time and passed.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
Honourable members, it has been moved and seconded that the bill entitled Virgin Islands Red Cross Act 2019 be now read a third time and pass as amended. Those in favor? Those against? The motion is passed. I call upon the clerk to read the bill for a third time.
This act may be cited as the Virgin Islands Red Cross Act 2020.
The bill has been read a third time and passed with amendments. I call upon the clerk.
Item number 7.2, private members' business. Item number 8, other business.
I recognize the Deputy Speaker and Territorial Member, the Honorable Neville A. Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it won't be long. I just want to stand here today and congratulate our young people who did a successful match on Saturday. It shows that we have young people here who stand for right things. It shows that we have young people here who believe in doing the right. No matter what some people might think that I was saying, where our young people are. But I think Saturday show that we have young people who stand for right, justice. Mr. Speaker, but it was also disturbing to see that some people try to overshadow something that was good. Because I saw a photograph in the newspaper with me holding a sign saying something racial, and the word was spelled wrong. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to say this. The elderly person that gave me that sign, I think she's about 85 or 80 years old, who was to that match, speaks volumes. And the fact that when she brought that sign, she gave it to me, I did not read it, because I was so touched to see that somebody at that age is coming and supporting the young ones. So, Mr. Speaker, and even if I read that sign and see what it was, I still would have walked with that sign to show the support that that person brought. We need to stop trying to bring down each other, Mr. Speaker. We need to start looking at when people are doing good, trying to overshadow it. And the things that those young people did, the thing that the young people did, that match was outstanding. Very outstanding. It meant a lot to a lot of people. And I take my hat off to them. They were brave enough to get up and speak out. They were brave enough to get up and say what they went through in life. And we cannot overshadow that with little pettiness, like things that I saw in the paper. We cannot try to overshadow stuff like that. So, Speaker, I would like to say I take my hat off to them. I'm very happy to see that they're standing for something. Mr. Speaker, that's all I want to say today. Thank you.
I thank the Deputy Speaker for his contributions under other business. I recognize the Minister for Transportation, Works and Utilities and member for the 5th District, the Honorable Kai M. Reimer.
Mr. Speaker, I say thank you for the opportunity. It feels good to know that we are getting out on here today, and the sun is still bright and Saharan dust sunny. But you know, I'm thankful that we had a short day, and we expect to have another long one tomorrow. Well, Mr. Speaker, I too want to join in sharing the same sentiments as the Deputy Speaker in congratulating the organizers of the march for Black Lives Matter. It was quite important. It was symbolic, and I'm happy to see so many persons came out. After we have been suppressed for so many years, we are now able to speak freely and march for what is right, what we think is right, and what we know is right. Mr. Speaker, I want to encourage those persons to continue to speak out and continue to be the voice for what they think is right in this community. Mr. Speaker, as we had our Father's Day yesterday, I was proud to have my mother back on island. Though I couldn't celebrate with her, I could have seen her from the porch of a hotel where she's quarantined, and I'm so proud to have her back after going through the being COVID test, positive tested a few months back. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to say that she tested negative. She's back home and she's doing well, and I look forward to seeing her after the 14-day quarantine. And Mr. Speaker, I'll be quite brief, but I just want to highlight the fact that we are now on our last days of the restricted movement of scooters within this territory. And Mr. Speaker, Wednesday would be 3 weeks since we enforced the restriction. And Mr. Speaker, though I am saddened to know that we put an initiative out there for persons to come and get their motorcycle registered, license, and registered, Mr. Speaker, and even the riders to get their M license. Mr. Speaker, to date, only 10 persons showed up to get regularized. And Mr. Speaker, I want to plead to the motoring public, the motorcycling public, for those persons that are not legal, I'm asking you to visit the Department of Motor Vehicles and get yourself sorted out. Mr. Speaker, just yesterday I saw in the news where another young man was in a serious accident. I'm not sure if he was wearing helmets or not, but Mr. Speaker, we have to make sure we practice safety. Wear your protective gear, wear your helmet. And Mr. Speaker, I implore those persons to come visit the department. I also want to acknowledge at this moment Master Rental, who donated a motorcycle for an entire month so that persons can visit the department after they have gotten their certificate of completion for a written exam, that they'll be able to get their M license at no charge. Mr. Speaker, I know a lot of persons in the community that are riding a motorcycle, but the bike is not licensed, so they're probably unable to get it licensed without that M endorsement. So, Mr. Speaker, we are making as much preparations for the motoring public as possible. And I encourage all to visit the Department of DMV to get your motorcycle license, do the written exam, and do your motor skills test so that you can be legal on the roadway. Help me, help us to help you. Help us to help you. And I ask that persons take this opportunity to visit the department and get legal. Safe riding, save lives. And that includes your safety apparatus, your helmet. That is the law. You know, you can also add your gloves and your jacket and so forth, but you have to ride with caution. And if you're riding on the public roadway, you need to have a vehicle that is licensed. You can't just jump on a motorcycle and ride. It must be licensed, it must be insured, you know. So I'm encouraging persons to come and get themselves sorted out. Mr. Speaker, before I wrap up, I just want to encourage the people of the 5th District to visit the Long Trench Community Center or the Resource Center in Huntersgut if you are in need of assistance from the COVID relief that our Premier has made available to you, the residents. We will begin our office hours from tomorrow. The Ministry of Finance, they approved a form that each and every person would have to fill. So I ask those persons that are in need to fill out a form. Mind you that it will be audited, so if you've applied to another agency, please know that your application will not be approved. So I encourage you, if you're in dire need, visit the resource centers, the community center, and fill out a form. I also want to acknowledge the people of the 5th District, and I say thank you for the confidence that you have instilled in me to be here in this honorable house, and I will continue to represent you as best as possible. And feel free to reach out if you need any assistance. I'm always a listening ear. I just want to say thank you and have a good day.
I thank the member for the 5th District for his contribution. I recognize the Minister for Education, Culture, Youth Affairs, Fisheries and Agriculture, and member for the 7th District, Dr. the Honorable Natalio D. Whitley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. They say the time on for me because they like to time me. They don't time anybody else. So. But I wouldn't lie, Mr. Speaker. I have a few things I want to say. And the first thing I want to say, Mr. Speaker, is that my colleague who is timing me had a birthday yesterday. And I want to take this opportunity to celebrate another journey around the sun for him. Yet another birthday, and we give thanks for him, and we pray for continued blessings, health, prosperity to Member for the 9th and his family. I thank the people of the 7th District for giving me an opportunity to be here, Mr. Speaker. I show them a great deal of appreciation and gratitude for allowing me the opportunity, Mr. Speaker. I know many of us have not been able to spend as much time in our communities as we would like because we've been in the House of Assembly quite often recently. In fact, my premier is a very productive premier. He's a very productive person. And I think that we must be setting records in here for the amount of work that we're doing. But as a result of that, persons may not see us as much. But I want to assure the people in all the districts that the work that we're doing here in the House of Assembly will have a real and tangible benefit for their everyday lives. Sometimes when they don't see you, it may not be clear. But the legislation that we're passing, the policies that we're formulating, Mr. Speaker, will have real value to real people. And we are working on your behalf. And very shortly, I'm going to be having a meeting in my community to let you know all that has been taking place. My office is open from 9 a.m. to 4:30 p.m., Monday through Friday. And you'll meet somebody there who can, we have various forms for you to fill out, including the COVID-19 assistance form to the districts, as well as the Social Security application form, the fishing and farming stimulus form, and various other forms. And if you just need any information about anything, my district office is open. That's the building that formerly housed Elite Superette. I have an office in there, so persons can feel free to visit. Yesterday was Father's Day, Mr. Speaker, and I spent most of the day doing things for my children, actually. All types of stuff for my children and helping with homework and things like that. And sometimes, Mr. Speaker, the role of fathers is sometimes undervalued. I want to show my appreciation for all those persons who wish me a happy Father's Day and who wish persons around the territory a happy Father's Day. I thought that there was a lot of positive vibrations yesterday for fathers. And just to say, Mr. Speaker, the role of a father can never be duplicated. We know sometimes, Mr. Speaker, that there are persons who don't have fathers in their lives, and other persons step in and fill the gap. And we appreciate those persons who step in and fill the gap, especially the male role models. Because, Mr. Speaker, there's no duplication of the presence of a male in a child's life. When a daughter wants to know how a man should treat a woman, her first example is her father. Her first example is her father. And how a father treats her daughter, that's what she'll grow up expecting in terms of how a man should treat her. And it goes like that for a lot of things in terms of a daughter looking up to her father. And the same thing for a son. When the son wants to know how he should behave as a male in this society, his first example is his father. And if the father is not present in his life, he's going to be looking for other examples of males in his society around him as examples of what the role of a male in a society should be. And I congratulate fathers who are playing their roles, who understand the importance that they have to their children and the entire family and the entire community. And some of the males who do not recognize their roles and are not fulfilling those roles, I challenge them to step up to the plate, Mr. Speaker, because the Virgin Islands needs strong males, strong fathers, strong families. The fabric of our society depends on it. But I celebrate fathers, Mr. Speaker. I also, like my colleague, Territorial at Large, and Deputy Speaker, Honorable Neville Smith, I want to recognize the march that took place on Saturday. It was a Black Lives Matter march, Mr. Speaker. I want to congratulate those young persons who put it together, young persons who are full of energy and vibrance and are declaring for anybody to hear that Black Lives Matter. And the Black Lives movement is a movement that is asserting that black people's lives matter. And it answers 400 plus years of oppression and discrimination and exploitation, which would have us believe that black lives do not matter. And I was pleased, Mr. Speaker, that we had persons of different races come and support the march, because you don't have to be black to believe that black people's lives matter. You don't have to be a woman to recognize that women's lives matter. You don't have to be an Indian, you don't have to be someone who is in poverty to realize that their lives matter. We all can come together and say, whenever one particular group is being discriminated against or being exploited, we all can speak in one voice and say, we stand against it. We stand together. Whenever anyone is exploited, Martin Luther King said, and I had a t-shirt that read this: injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. So whenever we see wherever we see opportunities to speak out against exploitation, racism, sexism, anything, we all have to stand together. And I was pleased that many persons came out. And I know for some persons, they might sometimes feel out of place in a march like that. But I'm grateful that persons came out, and I'm grateful that persons, recognize their democratic right to be able to demonstrate. We are in a democratic society, and we have the right to speak out against injustice, Mr. Speaker. I also want to speak about a little sporting event that we had on Saturday evening, Mr. Speaker. Saturday was a very busy day. And we went to the multi-sports complex. And let me just show gratitude to the Kings of the Court committee that put that together. A number of persons, including Mr. Steve Paralan and others who organized that event. They went from court to court, from district to district, basically having a three-point shooting competition. And let me congratulate those persons, and the Department of Youth Affairs and Sports got involved as well. Let me congratulate those persons for putting their skills on display. And being that we're experiencing COVID-19, I thought it was a good decision to have competitions which focus on individual skills, like shooting. And I know the Department of Youth Affairs and Sports had some videos on different types of sports and how you improve your craft. So I thought it was a good event from that standpoint. I still would encourage persons, because we were there at the event and we had a lot of fun, to make sure that we follow all the different protocols. I myself fell down in some areas, so I'm speaking to myself as well. We all have to remain vigilant as it pertains to these protocols. We have been doing so well so far, but persons have to recognize that the borders are open right now, and despite all of the things that we put in place, sometimes systems don't work perfectly. Sometimes as human beings, we make mistakes. Sometimes things slip through the cracks. So we have to make sure that we remain vigilant and that we stay on top of these health protocols so that in the event that we have a case, it does not spread throughout our community. I want to congratulate the Premier. The Premier, he competed against, it had to be a good 20 persons. And many of these persons are persons who are current or former basketball players. And he came out on top in the three-point competition. I know he'll have some more to say about that. But Mr. Speaker, if you had given me another rung, if you had given me one more rung, I was just getting warm up, Mr. Speaker. So honestly, even though the organizers did a good job, I feel robbed. I feel robbed. We should have had at least one more rung, Mr. Speaker, and then you really would have seen who the real shooters were. But I was happy to be able to participate, and of course we had a little 3-on-3 competition where we had the East against the West, and really and truly we didn't really have to play the game because the result should have been well known to everybody. I mean, we tried to make it interesting by giving them a little head start, but eventually, you know, we were victorious. But we would like to see more events, and it would help us to be able to loosen the restrictions on some of these events, Mr. Speaker, if we practice all the safety protocols. That's the way that we'll open up the BVI more, because I know persons are anxious to get back to normal. And I know that Saturday night was, I would say, a welcome event from the standpoint, from the population standpoint, who wants to get back to having those type of events. So let's help each other by making sure that we adhere to the protocols. Mr. Speaker, I won't say too much more than that. I want to just say condolences to all of those persons who've lost loved ones in the community. We have funerals every weekend that we have to attend. And I just want to, you know, pray for those persons who've lost loved ones and pray that God comforts them in their time of grieving. I also had some businesses who have been opening up in my community. We had one brother, Blues Cruz, who some persons know him as 2 Cent, but his proper name is Jaron Gordon. Opened up a little business there, actually employing persons in the midst of COVID-19 when you have many persons losing their job. And I want to celebrate that spirit, Mr. Speaker, that entrepreneurship spirit. I think he's a good example to the young men in the community that we can, even in the midst of COVID-19 and all of the pressures, that we can, you know, we can work hard, we can save our money, we can push towards our goal, even against difficult odds and difficult circumstances. So I encourage the public to support his business. I also want to just say just a little bit, Mr. Speaker, about schools, graduations. Cabinet made a decision in our last cabinet meeting that we would allow graduations to take place once the total number does not exceed 100, given the density requirements. I believe it's 64 square feet per person. And you practice all of the sanitization protocols. So if you have a big enough space, you can have 100 persons, and everybody, including the graduating class, the spectators, those well-wishers, teachers, principal, everybody would have to fit within those 100 persons. It's a decision that we revisited, and given the health situation that we face now, that we monitor every day, daily and weekly in cabinet, we were able to say that we were in a position to expand the social gatherings. to 100 persons if you have enough space. And that applied to churches, church services, I should say faith-based gatherings, weddings, funerals, and graduations. But I still encourage persons, Mr. Speaker, even though we expanded, let's not disappoint ourselves that we expanded those social gatherings. Let's make sure that we practice the good protocols, that we're not, hugging up too much and all of that type of thing with each other. We know how graduations get, it's an emotional time, but we still have to make sure that we distance ourselves and that we practice the proper protocols. Mr. Speaker, the schools and the daycares, I assure persons that we are working with the health officials on protocols that will allow us to make some progress in those areas. I would never preempt Cabinet because it's Cabinet's decision as to whether these institutions open and when they open and what are the conditions of their opening. But I know it is a very difficult time, Mr. Speaker, for our parents, working parents, and some of the employers are not as understanding as they need to be. And the students at home need assistance. They need persons to help them with their schoolwork. I myself go through it, Mr. Speaker. I was a little late this morning because I was trying to sort out my son and his online learning. So I know the difficulties of the online schooling for parents because I go through it. I help my children with their homework, sometimes up very late at night with the online schooling, and it can be very difficult, Mr. Speaker. But I just want to let you know that weekly we review our decisions. The Ministry of Education and the Ministry of Health working closely together to develop protocols that will be presented to Cabinet for Cabinet's approval. And we'll explain the situation to Cabinet, and we'll see what Cabinet, including myself, what decision we come up with collectively. But, Mr. Speaker, we should never make it feel as though we as elected members don't care about persons in the community, or that we're not aware of the type of difficult situation it is. As Honorable Shireen Flaxchild says, we're not here to sell ice cream. Elected members have to balance a number of different things. When you look at different countries around the world, Mr. Speaker, you see some persons get on the radio and tell you, you could go to the United States, you could go to the supermarket, you could do all of these different things. You don't have these type of restrictions that we have here in the BVI. Why are you restricting us? Why are you trying to take away our freedom? And some of the same places they're looking at are places where you don't have some of these restrictions. Right now they're having outbreaks. Right now they're having second waves of outbreaks. Places like Florida, you see they were saying that they're going to open up the economy because the economy has to function. But when you make those type of decisions, Mr. Speaker, you have to realize sometimes you're making a decision to play with persons' lives. Some persons will lose their lives as a result of those decisions. And those are decisions that we cannot take lightly as leaders. When you make a decision that results in someone's death, that's a heavy burden to carry, Mr. Speaker. And some persons say we're doing too much. I prefer to do too much than to do too little. And when you do too little, Mr. Speaker, the same economy you wanted to open up and the same conveniences that you wanted within your society, you won't have them anyway. And persons do not believe that we can have an outbreak here, Mr. Speaker. It can happen. We say we don't have coronavirus here, the borders are open. Somebody can come in here, even illegally, and don't go through the protocols that we have set up. And before you know it, it's all throughout the community. So we have to stay vigilant, Mr. Speaker. But I'm not sure where I am on the timer. But we still have light outside, Mr. Speaker, so we're much better than we've been when we've been coming out here at 12 o'clock at night. So I think my members should be grateful. Mr. Speaker, with those few words, I thank you for the opportunity.
I thank the member for the 7th District. I recognize the Minister for Natural Resources, Labor and Immigration, and member for the 9th District, the Honorable Vincent O. Wheatley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have an opportunity to say a few words as we close out. What promises to be the first early day in a long time. Mr. Speaker, like the member for the 7th just said, persons might have been seeing us in the district because we've been here in this house a lot. When it's not in the house, we're in cabinet, sometimes 8 hours. We left here on Friday after 11. We left here on Thursday, almost 12. We've been meeting almost every day for the last couple of weeks, and this week is no different, and I believe next week also. But Mr. Speaker, coming to the House is very important because here's where we pass laws. And the laws that we are passing in the House now is to make those same persons' lives better, to make this territory better. Nonetheless, we have to do both. We have to come to the House, and we have to solve the districts that sent us here. So I thank the 9th District for putting their confidence in me to try and make a little change in how things were done in the district. Mr. Speaker, the district was far behind. And I don't sometimes think people realize how far behind the district was. But progress is coming, and it's coming on very nicely. Mr. Speaker, I'm so happy to see that for the first time in a long time, you can now get to Enegada 7 days a week. You don't have to worry if it's Monday, Wednesday, or Friday, or is it this day or that day. Any day you want to go to Enegada. And Mr. Speaker, with the staycation program, I'm happy to see persons that are going to the sister islands. They're on Jasper Dyke, they're on Enegada, they come into Virgin Gorda. They can move backwards and forwards easily, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I must thank those persons again in the 9th District. Mr. Speaker, you know the 9th District is mainly tourism. And with all the hotels being closed now, you know things got to be rough in the 9th District. And Mr. Speaker, they are. But we have some really good Samaritans in the district who have been stepping up to the plate. And Mr. Speaker, I must thank them. For example, we have the food program where we do hot meals 4 days a week, different restaurants. We do about 150 meals 4 days a week. And I thank all the persons who made that possible. Mr. Speaker, when education went online, a lot of students didn't have computers. Again, we had persons come to the plate and offered, like Northsong Foundation, Rosie's, Gumption. All these people got together and bought stuff and gave Bitter End, Unite BVI, all came together and came to assist because things are difficult. They are difficult. People think that we don't understand. We do understand. I see it, I feel it every day in my district. I feel the pain of the people. It's thick. It's like African dust, the Sahara dust is over there now. The pain is so thick in the atmosphere. And I must thank the Premier for making this COVID relief fund finally available. We got our farms, just Friday evening we got our farms, and on Monday morning, my office at Virgin Gorda is now open 6 days a week because we have to get the relief to you as quickly as we can. So you can go to my office 6 days a week, Monday through Saturday, from 10 a.m. and there'll be someone there to assist you. Help you fill out the form, you can return the form there. We're going to do our utmost best in Enegada. You can go to the district office. I'll make sure there are forms there. You get them filled out. We're going to try our best to help as many as we can. Now, it's only $300,000. It's not $3 million. So naturally, Mr. Speaker, it can't help everybody in a way they would like to be helped. But I guarantee you, we're going to help as many persons as we can. Mr. Speaker, I'm also looking at an unemployment register. Where when you come to my office, you can register, I'm not working, but this is a particular skill. So when persons are looking to hire persons, I know readily, well, I have Tom, Dick, or Harry And this one could paint, this one is good at gardening, this one is a mechanic or whatever. So we can help place our, because, Mr. Speaker, this too will pass. So we have to get ready for that period when COVID is no longer around. So we have to make sure we can get people placed.
Participant, and Mr. Speaker, I too want to express my condolences to so many families that have lost loved ones. And I want to wish them to find comfort in God during these difficult times. I want to congratulate our young people for the Black Lives Matter march, because all lives matter. And I think that they have acted admirably. But that's just the beginning. It's one in which we all have to continue and continue together, and to make sure that the target that we're trying to hit is very clear. And it must not be focusing in one area or with one ethnic group. But I wanted to make sure that it's broad, that it covers all areas so that we eradicate and eliminate all forms of racism. So I congratulate the young people. And I wish them well, and we continue to support them as they continue to support us. I want to thank for all the work that continues to happen in this Honorable House. We continue to meet quite frequently and passing some very heavy legislation to help the people of this territory, and that we'll continue to do. Mr. Speaker, I want to congratulate those who were with the shootout tournament this weekend, Mr. Steve Powell and all of them. I must say it was a good community event. I congratulate all who participated. It was a fun day. And I congratulate all the winners, Mr. Jason Edwin, who really put on a shooting display. And also, I can't forget the other star, but it was all in fun. And Mr. Speaker, I know I was glad, and when I left the court and I got my phone and I picked it up, and there was a few persons, or Adrian, saying, "Lord, I was rooting for you to win to represent or mid-40s and up age range." And they said that they were so happy. I know all of them didn't mean it, because one of them told me I didn't have a snowball chance in hell to win, but when I won, he was with me. But I like the camaraderie between all the ages, and that's what the BVI, Virgin Islands, as we know, it is made up of. So I want to say that it was a good time. We also saw the members of the House of Assembly got in a 3-on-3, the East versus the West, and we had Honorable Mitch Turnbull and Honorable Kerry Remmer and myself on one team. And then you had Honorable Marlon Penn, Honorable Neville Smith, and Honorable Natalia Wheatley on another team. And I let them win that one because I know that we were going to go into the real competition that we came for. So I didn't want to discourage them. And Honorable Mitch and myself decided that we don't want to discourage them. And, Honorable Reimer, said, Premier, it wouldn't be right. Because, two of them are with the government side and one the other, and all from East, and we need to unite. So if we take both titles from them in one day, although that one didn't count, it wouldn't have been good. So we let them win the 3-on-3, and then when it counted, I defended the Westwell and all the other persons of the territory. But putting all joke aside, I really want to congratulate our young people, all of them, Steve and Mr. Novan and Angel and all of them. I want to congratulate them. Shows that our future is bright. And once we stick together, like my good mentor, Mr. Elmo Stout always said, like wet clothes in a rainy weather, there'll be no one will be able to turn us back from going into the great BVI that we're destined to be in the great Virgin Islands. And Mr. Speaker, with that, I'd like to thank the people of the 1st District, who I too, like all the other representatives, have been outside of it for a little while in terms of passing all these legislations, and in this house so much. We're in here so much that some of our families haven't seen us in steady times. But there's so many things we have to do in the upfront time so that by the time COVID-19 leaves us, or if we have to continue to live with it, that we would have put things in place to come out ahead, not only in the region, but even to be a contender in the world with areas greater than just or well oiled, and thanks for it, financial services and tourism. But we have been well oiled with many other areas. And Mr. Speaker, I just want to appeal to the people of the Virgin Islands that COVID-19 is not over. And I'm amazed when I hear persons state that we don't have a plan for COVID-19. It's not by accident, it's by God's grace and His wisdom given to us that we, right now, going on 3 weeks, COVID-19 free. It's not nothing that I'm gloating in, but it's something that we take pride in trying to make sure, and we try to cover all areas. And Mr. Speaker, it's not easy when people say, open up, we need to get business. But sometimes you have to ask them very bluntly, open up to whom? And open up how? Yes, we have plans. The Tourist Board is meeting with other statutory bodies. They're showing up our plans. The Health Emergency Operations Center is meeting. There's a lot of things that we could come and say, but we need to get them finalized. And we know the time frames we're looking at. But we have to be triple times more vigilant than any other area, almost in the region and the world, because of our size. For some countries, seeing 100,000+ persons die is nothing. Some of them seeing over 70,000 die is nothing. But when you have one person here died, that means a lot to the BVI. Each life in this BVI is precious to us. And it's a tough time when you have to sometimes choose between doing what you have to do to try to save lives and just open up and allow money to come in, but people have died as a result of not having everything properly lined up as much as you can. I don't want to see that. It hurt my heart to even see and know that the one lady died under our watch. And I think on it every now and again. And I made a promise to myself and God above that whatever we can do to save every single life here in the Virgin Islands from COVID-19, we're going to do it. That's why I plead to our people, and I actually don't start to get complacent, don't start to become, I'll call it ignorant-minded, or ignorant-mindedness, if that's the word, and start to think that COVID-19 is gone. We're in this gym because we try to do social distancing from each other. But you can't be holding those functions and everyone up in each other's face without a mask. You don't know who have it. You don't know who's asymptomatic. Let's not take this thing for a joke. What's amazing is that every night before I go to sleep, I try to read and try to watch the news. And every time I turn on the televisions, some of the areas that some of the bigger countries are going to do now, we already did them. And even now they are doing things that we've been preaching, the wearing a mask and many other areas. I'm proud of the BVI. Yes, we haven't gotten everything correct, but we've been leading the way in a lot of areas. But there are those who know that we have done enough or still doing to keep everyone alive, and some of them take the very breath now and try to see if they could use it, to see if they could take, I would put in a term, kill us politically. But that's life. But what I want to say is that we're not out of the woods. I even took a smile because I realized there's some now making pack of that statement. And I really have to pray and forgive them, because I don't want to get in an ignorant mode of getting angry at them. I really don't. And I'm not going to, because I'm mature enough to understand the bigger picture, which is to make sure that we save every single life. We went to a lot of painstaking chain of events to make sure that every single person that returned home quarantined for 14 days. It had some challenges, we worked it out, we put security by all of them, and that was necessary. Some people just cannot police themselves. Some persons, sad to say, they're just wired to always try to test the system. So you had to put a little security there that when they come out, they can be put back inside. And some, you had to get a call number to make sure that if they do get out, that you could call 311 and make sure that they get back inside. We weren't able to find or prove of any who really were out. I heard a lot of stories, but whenever we checked them out, it was different. But nothing's 100% foolproof. But it is with joy when I hear the tests coming out thus far. And thus far, all our residents that have returned home, all the tests have come out negative. That's a plus. I really am joyous with that. Every test that I hear come out negative, I rejoice and thank God. My side know me, I had to go on my knees and say, by God, thank you. I don't want to lose one life. And to have your people coming back home and the majority of them obeying, and now all obeying because they realize that we're not joking with this. And they're obeying and staying inside. The only challenge is when that 14 days hit, they're calling because everybody wants to know, well, test me quick. Test me quick, let me get out. Can't take a next day in here. That's the only challenge that we're having, to make sure that we speed up the testing. Because once they finish testing and all of them are negative, they buzz through the door like expectation and them going on the track. In those days when the race starts, they're just glad to be out, glad to be back home, glad to see how things are. And I even had a godchild that when she got out, she actually called me. She wanted to drive through the new traffic because she wasn't home since the traffic had switched wrong. So she actually was driving through it about 3 or 4 times just to get a feel. Says she feels like she's in New York or in the States somewhere, where the whole of road town just about in the main part has 2 lanes going up and 2 lanes coming down. So actually she drove through 3 or 4 times, just driving through. And I know how she felt, because the first day I did the same thing. I just drive through, get familiarized with it. And so I'm glad that people are back home. I want to welcome them home. They continue to do us proud. And I was glad when I was speaking with one who was very controversial while they were away. And she told me, Premier, you know I was controversial, but when I really read up on the news and check even where I was and where I were, and when I came back home, and I sat down for that 14 days and recognized that the BVI is unique in so many ways. And I want to thank all those involved: Deputy Governor Office, Health Emergency Operations Center, Minister for Health, Cabinet, Attorney General Office, and Attorney General, them have been doing so much too. And we continue to work hard. And I want to say to those who are home, welcome home. To those who are here, don't become complacent. I spent a weekend out, and a lot of persons tell me COVID-19 is gone, fine, leave the mask alone, leave that alone. And I was tired stopping and explaining to them, no, you have the wrong philosophy. This is not so. And I pray to God that we turn around our mindset, those who have it, thinking that everything is okay. It takes a lot to protect us as much as we can. And I don't leave out Sister Maduro Keynes every Sunday with her prayer service. We get so sophisticated in the BVI that when you call on Jesus' name, it have a lot of blogging and people want to go after you, forgetting that that's the foundation that brought this territory. They're even wondering, since I passed gambling, if I gonna leave the Lord. I tell them, no, the Lord ain't gonna leave me. But there we go again in the judgmental mode. You know. But when you pray over the week, like Sister Alva Maduro Keynes, which I want to thank you, Honorable, for this, it goes a long way. The Lord said He'll take the foolish things of the world to confound the wise. That's our foundation. And we've been doing what a lot of other territories cannot do, or not getting done, and nothing against them. And it takes a lot. And yes, sometimes it takes money. In a time when we have less money, you have to spend it in certain areas. And we'll be coming back into this house very soon with relooking how to revise our expenditure for the year, given some of the cutbacks that we have had. But one of the things that we want to do is continue to build infrastructure, even in the midst of the challenges, and also create other industries. You see, the more industries you create that can run, whether it's through the internet or run, be operated here and circulate new revenues is best, and also export. It is time for a lot of introspection with our economy. And that's what we're looking at. So when persons say about medicinal marijuana, they say, well, they want to make everybody high. But they forget that it's a specific grain that we're going to be growing to export. Could you imagine little BVI exporting? And have an opportunity to make, at a minimum, if we do it right, $30 million, and that's been very conservative from our projections, from exporting it, and have an opportunity to create the minimum of 100 jobs, because we're going to aim for the 50 acres of land and cut them up into half acres. 100 jobs at minimum if we get when we get an industry going. And yes, there'll be those against. But for everyone that's against, and I ask them to bring your plan, let us see what you're going to give us. Most have no plans. There's some people that just wake up and their only plan is to make sure that what you plan doesn't come to fruition. But I don't know if they understand as yet that this government means business in every respect. We have some areas of financial services that we'll be bringing in right here soon that's going to be revolutionary. And I feel within my heart it's going to put the financial services in a different light. More revenue, even in the midst of COVID-19. But it's taken a lot of work, and we were working on it before we bring it, and it won't be long. We have a lot more meetings to come. We have other areas in tourism that we're looking at. The tourist board is working on the staycation, and more people are taking up the staycation in Anegada and different areas and saying, well, they didn't know it was so beautiful, the Virgin Islands were. People living right here and never even went to Anegada. We have so many things that can go for us here, but we have the mindset that unless someone comes in, which we need that also, that we cannot survive. There are a lot of areas that we can do to export right in the middle of COVID-19. And we are looking at all kind of studies and research and persons who are looking at if medicinal marijuana can help with COVID-19. The question I have for you, and can I ask, what happened if it is proven that it can, and we didn't move? The phrase that has become popular by the late H.L. Stout said, where there's no vision, the people perish. And I always tell them that I carry one step further, because as the Bible said that, and he made it his coin signature of a phrase. But there's also a section that says, where there's no vision, the people perish, but where there's a vision and the people don't move, the people still perish. So you could have a vision, but don't move. Suppose medicinal marijuana helps in COVID-19 and we didn't move and missed the chance for a few persons who have been taught that once you call the word cannabis, it's bad. And I challenge all the persons, even some of them in church, who tell me that it seems like I've lost my way. Show me in the Bible where the Lord said anything that he has made is bad. It's just how you use it. Brother Karen Malone doesn't play the keyboard. I put him on the keyboard, he'd be a nuisance. You put me on the keyboard, that's a difference. That doesn't make the keyboard bad. It just means that Honorable Malone just doesn't know how to bring out the good out of that. Likewise, he's good in number 1 and number 2 business. You put me to do that, you'll only get number 2. You have to know how to use the expertise. I was telling persons here someday when we were talking about cannabis, and I told them that I was able and fortunate to go to China and study some little natural medicine, and I've learned things that I've never said. And persons telling me, and certain doctors will never agree with some of these things, because you will say them, doctors say, well, those haven't been proven, and old people had know what they were saying with the natural medicine. But we shut them down because, the pharmaceutical and all of them, and I won't get into that. That's another story, what they have done over the years to monopolize and create that into an industry, cure one thing and throw off another. But I know for sure that if you take garlic and you roast it for at least 3 days, a lot of garlic, and you put it out in the sun for the next 3 days, and put a net over it, and it turns into a black jelly, and you eat a lot of that over a month's time, and even into 3 months' time, if you have first-stage cancer, it turns back to first-stage cancer. But people who don't know will put the garlic in their mouth and just take the fig off and eat it and say that's the quality, because that's what we are taught. I was taught how to open my mind with thoughts, because we don't even utilize even 80% of our brain power. In the same way, I've told persons that we have been learned that once you say cannabis is wrong, no. What persons have done to it is wrong. They mix it with other things and they smoke it and they get high and they go crazy. But that doesn't mean that the original molecular structure of it is bad. And we cannot come to lead people in the middle of this and carry the same philosophy that got us here and expect to use it to help us get out. And I'm speaking about this tonight in the closing because I realize that there are a lot of COVID-19 specialists that have arisen as of late. They have a plan for the economy. They have a plan for the tourism. They have a plan for the reopening. They have a plan for everything. But when COVID-19 was in its hot element, according to the old people, they were nowhere to be found. But now they look out and see it looks a little clear, and now they're coming. I welcome it, because everyone has a democratic right to speak. And that reminds me that I am a very strong advocate for constructive criticism. I love it. I love to have intellectual conversations. But I despise conversations when people take professional differences to have it as disrespect and start to speak to you because they don't agree with you and they think that their way is the only way and they come at you in a disrespectful way. I have to remind persons that I don't flaunt my degrees, but I didn't eat my school fee. But some people carry themselves in such a way where the post is one in which they put it up on such a level that you will think that not even Jesus could be in that post. Rather than understanding that you have that post for a reason to help people around you and people beyond your scope that will benefit from your work to become better, not to become bitter. And I say that because that's the foundation of which this government will move at all times. I'm proud to be with a government that changed around the traffic in the midst of all talk shows saying it couldn't happen. Yes, the areas need to improve, and the minister is out there through the rain, literally trying to see the areas need improvement. I'm proud. Minister, I'm proud of you. I'm proud of what we did, and all your group, and Public Works, and Dr. Glasgow, and all that. I'm proud of all of them, your PS, and Mr. Hodge, and all that. I'm proud of all of them. All people doing things to help all people to become better. I'm proud of the Minister of Health, what his team has done with the COVID-19. Yes, there are hiccups, but the Health Emergency Operations Center have done well. I'm proud to know that we are where we are for a little country, a little territory, being COVID-free. Yes, and I thank all those who have helped us, from Rotary to Lions to the United Kingdom. I thank all of them for who help us. But the truth of the matter is if we didn't start to help ourselves, we would not be in a position right now to even get that help. We would need even more serious help. So there are those who want to put the section that we did and make it seem minuscule, and then make sure that everything else that helped is larger than what we did. We welcome it, and this is what I'm talking about. Once persons understand that you come to complement each other, not compete with each other, then we'll get further. So I'm proud of the Minister, but it's not over. We have to continue to go. I'm proud of the Minister of Natural Resources, even as he took on Social Security and helped me with a grant. And this week he'll help release the money. I'm proud of you, Minister. With all that we have to go through, I'm proud. Proud of the Minister of Education, who takes a lot of licking because it's a challenge. And you know what's amazing about the online schooling? While it has its ups and it has its downs and schooling overall, just take a look at the news, listen to the news. Everybody grappling with, so students go back into school. Some of them haven't reopened yet. How the online is going. Every part in the world is grappling with these concerns, and the Minister is moving ahead. He and his team in the ministry pushing to get what they could get better. And all you're hearing, and people making it sound like only Tatola going through COVID-19 with this. And the Minister is an issue. That time we're doing better than most of the other places. So it's important for us to understand it. And we have, I'm proud of my backbench team, Salva and Junior Minister Flax and Junior Minister Sherry, and our Speaker, Deputy Speaker. I mentioned everybody for a reason. Yes, we can't do it without technical help. But if you all are not there for us to work together and support me, there'll be no fight. So I thank each district that we're from. I thank God that they send y'all. And I'm really glad. I know that it does Sister Alva's heart proud to know that she crossed the River Jordan just in time. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to also thank the host, the clerk, and our team. And I want to thank the AG and his team, because the number of meetings we had in this month, and we finished. Tomorrow we're coming again. And then Friday we're coming again. And hold on, we're coming again soon. Because we have a lot of things coming forward. The AG could tell you he's there sitting there. I done write him a couple of them in the AG. The AG wants to know one time if I don't sleep. I have a lot of them I write and keep coming. Because we've told the public that our agenda is a legislative agenda to change lives. I don't know why they're surprised. Because we said it. So I want to thank everyone involved, and I want us as Virgin Islanders to stay positive. I was reading a book there with Nelson Mandela, and he said something that, he said, if you want to get to a man, and paraphrase it, you could speak to him, in a language that he understands. But if you want to get his respect and his full input and buy-in, speak to him in his language. A lot of the legislation we bring, some of those who consider themselves a hierarchy are scorning them because we're not speaking to them in their language. Their language failed us. We're speaking to them in a common man's language now. And that's why they're upset. But gone are the days that people will make it in the BVI based on their last name. Not under this government, that wouldn't be so. Gone are the days that people will set up kingdoms where they alone would make money off of schemes and everybody else is suffering. Those days are done. That's why when they're going to look at Fire, they only could talk a lot of small talk, whether Fire's a dictator, whatever the case is, because they can't see anywhere where money drifting out because they don't have any. We come on a mission for the people. And the people of Ordnance will be better when we finish with this 4 years. Consumer protection, I could go on and on. Things that are going to positively affect people's lives, we are done. Oh yeah, we're going to ban the old cars. So I want to thank all my opposition members over there today for their support. And all my members here today for their support. I've never received this kind of support yet from the opposition. I want to thank them. Mr. Speaker, with that, I thank you.
Thank you. Just before I call on the clerk, just a gentle reminder that we continue the 9th sitting tomorrow at 9 a.m. That's tomorrow, Tuesday, 23rd June, 2020, right here at 9 a.m. where we finish the 9th sitting. I call upon the clerk.
Item number 9, adjournment.
Call upon the Premier.
Mr. Speaker, I move this House adjourn Senate.
Mr. Speaker, I stand in the brightness of light and second the motion.
Thank you. It has been moved and seconded that the House of Assembly adjourn sine die. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. The 10th sitting is now adjourned sine die.